Hey everybody, you are listening to Canary Cry News Talk live stream, pre-stream. Congratulations, we're about to get started in just about a minute. And a big old congratulations to J. Vela Stoic 77 over on D-Live for first comment of the day award. Congratulations, your $5, no, there's no prize, but except for a trophy and pride, and you get it, J. Bella. Congratulations. Now, okay, folks, this is the big ol' episode 333, and as you'll undoubtedly hear us talk about again, it's a bittersweet episode, because you might notice that the Face Like the Sun channel, again, is not going to be streaming this episode. So, if you're here now, you have a duty, a responsibility to share out the episode. Tell your YouTube friends, scream it from the rooftops, that if they're waiting for the show to come live on the Face Like the Sun YouTube channel, it's not gonna happen. So go tell your friends now. Tell them to head on over to whatever cool place you are tuning into the show. And while you're at it, follow us in multiple locations. You know the drill. YouTube.com/CanaryCryRadio, Twitch.tv/CanaryCryRadio, etc., etc. And more than anything, stay hydrated. Let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is March 5th. Nope, May 5th. It's May 5th, 2021. This is episode number 333. And today, 333. Razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And pretty egregious start to a show that should otherwise be a celebration for getting to 333. But instead, just bitter. Just a bitter, I'm just a bitter, grumpy old man.
Not even the sweet, just the bitter. Not the bittersweet. Yeah.
No, the sweet is gone.
It was a bummer. We did lots of preparation to get this episode going today. A lot of extra preparation today. Don't worry, it'll still be the same show that you know and love. But indeed, as happens once in a while, the Face Like the Sun YouTube channel has received a strike, which does not surprise anybody. But they really timed this one well, didn't they?
Yeah, it makes me grumpy.
Yes.
Raindrops keep falling on my head, and I don't want to get out of bed, but I've got a job to do. Canary Cry News for you. Yippee!
Did that cheer you up?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks, Mr. Magoo.
Yeah, the job, having the job to do, that resonated with me.
Yeah, there's conspiracy theories floating around the chat right now that we are self-censoring on episode 333.
Okay.
Which would be some sort of genius plan if it didn't make us so sad.
Yeah, well, I'm showing on the screen for anybody who cares, community guideline strikes. You notice there it says we have 2 of 3 community guideline strikes. If this happens again, just one more strike will result in the permanent removal of your channel. That's the Face Like the Sun channel, so I'm down to 1 strike before I'm out, and I'll scroll down here and you can see the one that we got hit on this time, assault weapons fault, medical misinformation, and I will appeal it. Hopefully they'll accept the appeal, but...
That's weird. It's weird because we really just read the mainstream news. I don't know. So if there's any misinformation, it's not our fault.
Yeah, well...
Okay.
It is what it is.
Remind them that you're Asian.
That worked one time. That worked in... which one was it? There was one that worked.
Yeah. Did you try it before? Did you try it again after that?
Yeah, it didn't work.
They're like, no, you can only be Asian once.
Yeah. Apparently, yeah. For those of you out there, we just created a link tree, which will be in the show notes too, but it's a place where you can find all of our things.
Yeah, it's about time we got on this train. It's a very easy internet tool. So yes, you'll notice on the tweets and the Facebook posts and all the social media stuff, instead of listing every single link and taking up all of those precious Twitter characters, we just have a link tree now. So it makes it easy to share the show as well.
Yeah, just for reference, because we did send out an email right before we went live to let everybody know that we just got hit again by YouTube. So,
well, in that case, Guns, I think we need to give ourselves a moment of grief for the YouTube channel, and we do. But this is still episode 333. Mm-hmm. We've got a show to do, and we are celebrating along with many of the producers who I am so grateful to say.
Oh my gosh.
Took advantage of the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames deal that we expressed last episode. So our hearts are full, even if our YouTube account is empty.
Yeah, it was incredible, the amount of people that came in with producerships and Knights and Damehoods today. I mean, we had to trim down the episode just so we have time to get through it all. It was completely overwhelming.
It's going to be good. So thank you all for becoming producers of the show. Showed a lot of love. And yeah. Oh, sorry, I got distracted by an email. But seeing as it is episode 333, we should probably start out with some 33 updates.
We can, although just let me get this out of the way. First off, for all of our friends from down south, it is Cinco de Mayo. So I will be ordering tacos today. Are you doing anything festive for Cinco de Mayo?
No. In fact, I did so much the opposite. I just microwaved a cup of macaroni and cheese.
That's very European descent of you.
Yes, very Scandinavian of
Scandinavian.
Me. This is yes. So yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the show goes. Got to work out after the show. And
where did mac and cheese come from? That seems like an American thing, but was that something that came from another country that America just put in a box and made it? It
does seem like an American perversion of some kind of Italian dish.
That's what I was going to say. Sounds Italian, but I can picture the Italians being very upset that the Americans turned it into a TV dinner.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of reasons for the Italians to be angry at the Americans, but we don't need to list all of them now.
Yeah.
We'll just
not to
we'll
be
have to pay reparations for all that.
Oh, I know.
For all of our pasta crimes.
I just learned about how the Italian mafia came to America. I didn't know it was like a World War II thing. But anyway, that's a side history thing. May 5th, which is today, is also in Japan. It's Boys' Day.
What?
Boys' Day, celebrating young boys. So after Japan switched to the Gregorian calendar, the date of this celebration was moved to May 5th. Until 1948, Children's Day was known as Boys' Day, also known as Feast of Banners. And so in 1948, it used to be Boys' Day. They changed it to Children's Day, just canceling the boys.
That sounds good. You don't want to be sexist.
Well, no, because Girls' Day is March 3rd already. So girls already have a day on March 3rd.
So there's Girls' Day and Children's Day.
And then Children's Day. The boys get... they got wiped out in the process. Yeah, but
that's weird. I didn't know that is this a social justice thing?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe an early form of social justice. from the 1940s, post World War II.
Wow, that is very interesting.
And they're like, hey, we lost the war. We'll switch to the Gregorian calendar. Let's just get rid of boys.
That is very strange.
Yeah. So I'll put sushi in my Mexican tacos tonight.
Yeah, don't say you didn't learn anything on this podcast. That's pretty fascinating. Okay,
well, it is the 333rd episode, and so we'll start off with some 33 things here. 333.
Okay.
33 is the number of completion of the Great War.
First off, I did find this. The Occult Goth 333 only half evil satanic witchcraft design t-shirt.
Oh, great.
On Amazon.
Great.
I like how it's only half evil because it's half of 666, you see.
Yeah.
For those people that are able to math out there. I know it's racist now, but...
I think this is a good opportunity for those who might be new to the show, whether it's, you're new. I get it. It's cool. We're so happy you're here. And you may be wondering, why are these good Christian fellows celebrating the occult numerology?
We're about to hear
333.
Get emails from people.
Yeah, upset. I know. So I'm just going to run down real quick just to try to get ahead of anybody getting triggered. Yes, we understand the numerological significance of 333. We make a habit of not only deconstructing the mainstream news, but also identifying numerological and occult patterns going on within the news and the media. That's why we have the 33 update jingle, because, of course, 33 being an elite signaling number. And yes, we are very aware. We're on the same team, you and us. We get it. It just happens to be, if episode 333 comes along, we pay so much attention to the Illuminati shills. And, some say we are our own special brand of Illuminati shill. And so there you go. We are with you. You're not in trouble. It's irony, it's sarcasm, it's whatever you need it to be. But there you go. We're just having fun, folks. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yes, we are definitely not that. But I did have a little bit of reading to do for all people out there. There's cuttingedge.org. This is like an old website that goes over a whole bunch of information, occult information from a biblical perspective. And there's a whole page here dedicated to the number 33, and I thought I'd read just a couple highlights here. There's a hand drawing of Solomon's signet ring with a seal, and it was in Isis Unveiled by Madame Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy. And it says here, this drawing depicts Blavatsky's crude handmade drawing of King Solomon's signet ring with its seal. Notice the uneven hexagram and the numbers 333 placed at different points on the seal. What is the occult fascination with the number 33 and its extension 333? Once you understand the beliefs Satanists have about this number, you will understand certain events in history more completely.
He's a Satanist!
And
understand history more completely.
Yeah, and it goes into how Hitler decided to shoot himself on April 30th, 1945 at 3:30 p.m., setting up the 333 because he believed that he will resurrect as the historical Antichrist. And I didn't
believe
know
that.
I don't know. I mean, how would anybody know? He blew his brains out.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe they're trying to take credit for something or something.
Before he ran away to Venezuela or something?
Yeah, before he went to Argentina.
That's what it was.
Now, we do know that Hitler was very fascinated in the occult and the esoteric, as were many of the powers on the Allies' side.
Yeah.
These major occult influences are part of, global geopolitical strife all the time. So, I mean, it's not crazy to think.
Yeah. And then the little document here goes on. We shall quote from the white magic practitioner Elizabeth Van Buren in her book, The Secrets of the Illuminati, as she openly reveals Luciferian thought and values in her New Age book. Here's the quote. 33 appears to be the most mysterious of numbers. It is found over and over again in the stories of the Bible and elsewhere. Jesus Christ was 33 when he was crucified. The first Temple of Solomon stood for 33 years before being pillaged by King Shishak of Egypt. There are 33 symbols of the Masonic order, and one of their symbols depicts a double-edged eagle crowned with an equilateral triangle. Inside of this is the number 33. Gets into the Vishnu Purana, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And then it says here, Jesus, called the Master Initiate, was 33 at the time of his death. Then, when the occultists adds the number 3 for the number of days Jesus spent in the tomb, he gets 333 as a calculation for the entire event through which the occultists consider Jesus to have passed. As Van Buren gushes, quote, Christ lay in the tomb for 3 days after his crucifixion, a symbol for us symbol for us of the steps man must take in order to be reborn. The number 333 speaks of death, resurrection, and ascension.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's I guess that's the power the occultists use, and because I've heard that the whole idea of Jesus is, death, burial, resurrection, or death, resurrection, ascension is supposed to be this like occult initiation that the Masons go through. Yeah, and of course they believe that if they go through the same thing, because a lot of occultists throughout history think that Jesus figured it out. He's like the master alchemist. He did it.
The ascended master.
Yes,
the master builder.
Yes, he figured. Yeah, the architect. He figured it out. So if you follow his steps, you can do the same thing he did. Missing the entire point of the Gospels there. And then one little short thing here. The highest meaning of the number 33 is that it represents the highest spiritual consciousness to which man can attain, and that 333 represents the man God becoming immortal through his death, resurrection and ascension, just as the occultist considers Master Initiate Jesus to have done. So there you go.
Okay. Well, there you go. For those who are wondering, there's some background on, I guess, we just kind of refer to 33 as an occult number, but this is good to know exactly what they're thinking.
Well, it does appear a few times in the Bible as well. There's like the 33rd parallel that a whole bunch of stuff and ancient, things seem to be aligned with and stuff. So there's a lot there.
Latitudinal lines.
Yeah, 1/3 of the stars falling, the tail whipping 1/3 of the stars down to earth, and I think Revelation 12. So it's there in the Bible. But, we're not saying that there's any true significance to the number, at least from our perspective. It is used by the occult to try to accomplish things. Mm-hmm. And in that regard, we're just calling that out. It's like, oh, no, you kind of missed the whole point if you think that you're going to find some kind of power in the number 33, which, by the way, I was going to say, the first, we got a couple articles.
Yeah, so real quick, just to make a comment, yes, there's the idea of pulling power from occult things, for instance, the numerology of 33, and it's ironic because if you are drawing some sort of power from something like that, it is so limiting compared to the power that rests in Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Amen. Well, speaking of which, Gon's talking about the elite messaging number. Here I got this coming from Gizmodo.com. The headline, if the Paris Agreement fails, sea levels could rise 33 feet. Dun, dun, dun.
Come on.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
It's just
ridiculous.
It's just blatant.
It doesn't even make sense.
Well, especially because a lot of people don't understand what the Paris Agreement is. Yeah. And even the framing of the Paris Agreement failing or not failing is just like a false structure of what it is.
Isn't it like a document? It's not even like a thing.
Well, it is exactly that. It's just an agreement. It's a piece of paper that a bunch of countries signed, and some countries signed it for virtue signaling purposes, such as the United States. But other countries signed because they get a bunch of money, and it's countries promising to do better, and there's numbers attached to it, like, oh, by the year 2050 we will cut our fossil fuel usage by 2%. Like, the numbers are just ridiculous as far as what might actually do something in the grand scheme of the climate. And we don't need to go through all of it. We could read this. I mean, yeah. Let me give a couple of.
Well, I'm curious because I found another article here from Business Insider, and it's along the same lines here. But the headline here says the sea level rise from Antarctica's melting ice sheet could be 30% higher than estimated, due to an effect scientists previously thought was inconsequential. New study finds. Very long headline. But in here it says a new study says this figure could be about 3.3 feet higher. So is there like a typo in this one? Because even in the article from Gizmodo, if you scroll down, it talks about 3.3 feet.
Yeah, I see that. Antarctica contributing 3.3 feet to global sea level rise by 2,300. So in 150, oh my gosh, my math. In 280 years, we could raise the level by 3.3 feet. So yeah. Anyways, and when it comes to the Paris Agreement, we've broken it down before. We're not going to do the whole thing now, but the fact is that it doesn't really do anything. That's why Trump left it, is because the only thing that happens in the Paris Agreement is other countries say, "Oh yeah, sure. We'll definitely try to not fry the earth with our fossil fuels. Sure. As long as you give us billions of dollars a year." And there's no commitment. Nothing happens if they don't do this. There's no like legal ramifications if they don't do it. And as we've seen over the X amount of years the Paris Agreements have been around, the countries that are responsible for doing better or receive the most money for doing better, in some cases have actually gotten worse at their ecological impacts. So anyways, let's keep moving.
It's a lot of 3.3s, 3.3 feet or as bad as 33 feet.
Yeah.
So,
or as bad. I had another little thing that happened since it is the 333rd episode. Today, Adele declares she's 30 free.
Oh.
Yes, she turned 33 years old, celebrating her 33rd birthday and a new phase of her life. Quote, 30 free. That's free with an F. 30 Free.
Is that like Ebonics? Is she trying to be cool?
No, it's just cute. It's like 30, flirty, and thriving.
I see.
But she's free. Perhaps she's escaped her Illuminati handlers, her Hollywood shackles.
Yeah, right.
At least that's the messaging she's putting out.
No way.
Yeah, it is a fun way to say that she may be unemployed. I'm free from having to work. So that was an interesting coincidence again happening today.
Well, the article here states that she captioned her picture 30 free. The first image is black and white at the chart topper, and the chart topper appears to be fresh-faced. Her tattoo of the planet Jupiter is visible on her forearm. And if you've gone down the rabbit trail with Jupiter, that connects to Zeus, which connects to Satan, the throne of Satan and stuff. So, I mean,
right. Isn't Jupiter the Greek equivalent to
Zeus? Yeah, which Zeus. A lot of people connect to Satan, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was Satan.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much,
well,
yeah.
Zeus, I don't think, is the Satan in that group. I think it's Hades. No, but now we're mixing up. It's Roman. Sorry. Yeah. Jupiter is the Roman equivalent to the ruler of the underworld, is it not?
Well, there's the ruler of the underworld, and then there's kind of from the biblical perspective, there's like the leader of the Titans kind of thing, the anti-god crew.
Yes, the anti-god crew.
Yeah.
And
Saturn's connected to Satan too. Yeah, all the planets, the names of the planets.
Yeah, well, all the planets are Roman gods. Jupiter, notoriously, the god Jupiter, makes an appearance on the mural of the apotheosis of George Washington.
That's right. Yeah. And in Acts 14, Barnabas and Paul, St. Paul, they were called Jupiter and Mercury because the people thought they were, they were performing miracles, so they thought they were the gods. And then in Acts 19, it talks about, let me just read it here. And when the town clerk had quieted the crowd, they said, "Men of Ephesus, who is there who does not know that the city of the Ephesians is temple keeper of the great Artemis, and the sacred stone that fell from the sky?" Some translations have that as fell from Jupiter. The King James has it fell from Jupiter.
Yeah, I'm
Diana.
Doing just a quick check now to fact check myself. Yes, Jupiter was considered the sky father. And yes, you're right, the equivalent of Zeus.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fun. There you go. Congratulations, Adele, on your freedom. Or your freedom.
Your freedom. Good stuff. All right, well, where are we? What are we doing? Do we have a show? Oh!
Yeah, you got one more here.
Yeah, this is unrelated, although I suppose somewhat related. Apparently, folks, I don't know. Maybe there are listeners of ours, producers, knights and dames out there that make more than $400,000 a year, but this podcaster certainly doesn't. What about you, Basil? You make over $400K?
I do not.
Okay, well, you don't have to pay taxes.
The reason I'm bothering to do this is I keep hearing on the press Biden's going to raise your taxes. Anybody making less than $400,000 a year will not pay a single penny in taxes.
All right, I'm not going to file my taxes this year.
That's hilarious.
Biden told me that I don't need to pay a single penny.
Not a single penny in taxes if you make. That's hilarious. I mean, obviously, this is some sort of gaffe.
Yeah, I think he
meant.
This
is not part of his plan.
Yeah, the apologists. Biden apologists were saying, he meant not a penny more than you already pay now.
Yeah.
Which is
probably true. That's probably what he meant. But he means a lot of things that he doesn't say.
Or does say that doesn't mean what he says.
Yeah, it goes both ways.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready for a Flippy update? Speaking of hairy legs.
Yeah, real quick. I do want to remind everybody to go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe, share, notifications. You know the drill.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
That's right. And please, 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 if you love us or have ever loved us, please try to get in touch with other people who are sitting there sad over on the Face Like the Sun YouTube and let them know to switch over to one of the other outlets. I'm actually very uplifted by the amount of people who have found the show regardless of that channel being gone. But all right, time for the Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
All right, folks, time for the Flippy update. If you're new to the show, let me tell you, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world. Now there's nothing we can do about it. Gons, I got this story coming from techexplore.com, and I'm just going to give you a warning. It is silly. It is a silly one, but it might also be one of the most depressing Flippy updates ever. So brace yourself.
Jeez, okay.
The headline is Untangle Your Hair with Help from Robots.
Yay.
With rapidly growing demands on healthcare systems, nurses typically spend 18 to 40% of their time performing direct patient care tasks, oftentimes for many patients and with little time to spare. Personal care robots that brush your hair could provide substantial help and relief to nurses.
Oh.
This may seem like a truly radical form of self-care. Okay, millennials, come on now. But crafty robots for things like shaving, hair washing, and makeup are not new. In 2011, the tech giant Panasonic developed a robot that could wash, massage, and even blow dry hair, explicitly designed to help support, quote, safe and comfortable living of the elderly and people with limited mobility while reducing the burden of caregivers. Hair combing bots, however, proved to be less explored. Leading scientists from MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, CSAIL for short, and the Soft Math Lab at Harvard University to develop a robotic arm setup with a sensorized soft brush equipped with a camera that helps the arm see and assess curliness to let the system plan a delicate and time-efficient brush out. Curliness sensors, beep, beep, boop, boop. Their control strategy is adaptive to the degree of tangling in the fiber bunch, and they put RoboWig to the test by brushing wigs ranging from straight to very curly hair. While the hardware setup of RoboWig looks futuristic and shiny, the underlying model of the hair fibers is what makes it tick. CSAIL postdoc Josie Hughes and her team's approach examined entangled soft fiber bundles as sets of entwined double helices like classic DNA strands. This level of granularity provided key insights into mathematical models and control systems for manipulating bundles of soft fibers with a wide range of applications in the textile industry, blah, 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 blah. So there's more to this, but it gets a little boring. Let me end with a quote here. RoboWig could also potentially assist with impure Lady and the Tramp fashion, efficiently manipulating spaghetti. Cool. Quote, by developing a model of tangled fibers, we understand from a model-based perspective how hairs must be entangled, starting from the bottom and slowly working their way up to the top to prevent jamming of the fibers, says Hughes. Someone who apparently just learned how hair brushing works.
It's funny you mention that because, as you know, I have a 4-year-old daughter. And I have to brush her hair quite often. And it is.
Well, have I got the product for you, Gons?
I know. I should send this to my wife.
No, don't do it.
No, I'm not going to. She's not going to accept this thing. But yeah, I always, I was always making her cry because it was just so painful. And she was like, "You start at the bottom."
The firm daddy tug.
Oh yeah, I go from the top. I'm like, "Dah!" And then she goes, "Ah!" And I go, "Your hair. You just gotta hold still."
Just brute force
from
the top to the bottom.
Poor girl. And she was like, "Well, didn't you have long hair?" And I was like, "Yeah, but I never brushed it." Brushing hair.
That's for girls. Yeah. Well, this is hilarious, and it's hilarious for a couple of reasons. First, it's just kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Second, the minute narrow roboticism that's going on here is also hilarious, but it's kind of really is a little bit depressing when they were talking about the nurses not having enough time to brush the hair of the elderly. And needing to equip a $100,000 robot to brush the hair of the elderly because the nurses, are just wasting time on caring for the patients. The hair brushing a lot of times is some of the only sort of
human contact
that a lot of the elderly in these types of situations are having. I'm trying to remember the source of this, but it's kind of a thing. It's very caring, very loving to brush somebody else's hair, and especially like a lonely person in a nursing home. Having their hair brushed is kind of a sweet thing that raises all sorts of beneficial hormone levels and, kind of gives the human touch. And especially for nursing, that's kind of the whole thing about nursing is that's what makes it more special than just like a doctor or a robot, is that nursing is supposed to have, a human touch to it, a caring, healing factor of I don't know. There's some compassion involved there.
Sure.
It just kind of made me depressed. Like, we can't brush these geriatric hairs anymore. We need to get a robot to do it. Line them up in an assembly line, and just put the old folks home on a conveyor belt.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Come on.
This is also strictly an issue with females. I feel like this is sexist, because a lot of old men, they don't have hair.
Oh,
their hair's falling out. So this is
right. This is a sexist robot.
They don't care about boys. They don't care about old men either. What a world.
Well, there you go. That's the Flippy update for today. They truly are making individual robots for every single task a human could possibly want to perform on themselves or others.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have a whole bunch of stories to get through here. Basil, we had a couple people come in here. Even
I know. Are you doing this? You want me?
I added a couple.
Okay.
There's one that I haven't added yet.
Okay.
Which I will.
Well, I will do that while you bring us our next story.
All right. Well, we're gonna get into the WACCINE.
WACCINE. Science is truth.
Megyn Kelly tweets out, "My friends, it's worse than we thought," and it is a photo of a Daddy Fauci action figure. No story here. This is just an image. There's a box with the caduceus on the side there. And at the top it says, "Real life action figures." And inside is a doll of Fauci. Looks like a voodoo doll.
It's not a doll, Gons. It's an action figure.
It's an action figure of Fauci with his glasses and his mask on. They're too lazy about this. It's like, well, you don't really need to replicate exactly what he looks like.
Only one mask, huh? Very suspicious.
And the letters Fauci, or the word Fauci at the bottom to indicate the individual here who is being depicted in this wax.
How does it look? Let me look over there. Go to the face.
And I'm in the face. It's as close as I'm going to get.
I'm a couple seconds behind you.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like him, but honestly, with a mask on, him and Collins look exactly the same.
That's a good point. Although, yeah, you're right, because Collins has the mustache, and it's not easily replicated, I guess.
I see they've put him in a white lab coat.
When
was the last time you saw Fauci in a white lab coat?
I don't know. Does he have legs in this thing? Doesn't even look like he has legs.
Is it a bobblehead or is it an action figure? Are there any? Does it come with a detachable syringe or a machine gun that shoots syringes?
Does it come with its own PCR test? That would be a thing,
Yeah.
You get your PCR test, you get the little action figure of Fauci out, and then little kids can say, "Fauci gave me my PCR test."
Fauci, ouchie. Now, to be, this is obviously, I'm sure this was created in jest, and hey, I appreciate that, but also it does kind of speak to the sort of disgusting celebrity issue with Fauci. The fact that he's the highest paid government employee in the entire government, gets his own action figure. Now, to be fair, I have seen Biden and Obama action figures. It's no gold statue.
At the very least, they are whatever. They're presidents, and vice presidents. They're it's not like they're just the random
a federal
health
employee.
official or whatever he is. I'm getting a little. We saw this kind of. I'm going to call it worship. With RGB. There's like a lot of RGB paraphernalia when she passed away. So, of course, Fauci's the next man up. But anyway, it's not really a story. It's just an image.
Now, to be fair, well, maybe not to be fair. Scratch that. I'm not trying to be fair. But I am just separately bringing up the fact that I'm pretty sure in this weird time of 2021 with all these new entrepreneurs coming of age, I'm almost positive there's a company that you can contact to get action figures made of your loved ones. And I think that might be something for us to look into.
Well, for us, like making an action figure of us.
Basil and Gon's action figures. I read the short story that a producer wrote about us with us infiltrating NASA. Read that this morning.
Oh yeah.
I was like, wow, we really are action stars. This is awesome. I think we
get into your head, man.
We don't do a lot of merch. It's a pain in the butt, and the show is our product. We're not here to just make products to sell our product. The show is the product. So we're not really into merch and stuff, but I don't know. This seems like a fun project, at least.
Yeah.
All right. Real quick, sorry, guys, those producers have been around for a while. We're also doing lots of administrative work behind the scenes
while we do this.
Show.
We are multitasking kings, I tell you.
Yes.
They will.
I see you.
Yes, you replicated. I already had that person in the notes.
Okay.
There. Yeah.
That was it just coming in. Okay. I'm going to leave that all to you because you know what you're doing. And I'm in VR space, which is very difficult. But I will bring this story from apnews.com. And the headline is U.S. officials, anxiety drove vaccine reactions in 5 states. Mm-hmm. Anxiety drove vaccine reactions in 5 states. Let's see what they got to say. It was anxiety and not a problem with the shots that caused fainting, dizziness, and other short-term reactions in dozens of people at coronavirus vaccine clinics in 5 states, U.S. health officials have concluded. Have you ever read such a definitive opening sentence to such an important news article? Yeah. There's no setup. There's no... there's no details. There's nothing. They're just telling you what they're going to tell you.
They figured it out.
Definitively. Yeah. It was anxiety and not a problem with the shots that caused fainting, dizziness, and other short-term reactions in dozens of people at coronavirus vaccine clinics in 5 states. U.S. health officials have concluded. Now, I do want to point out real quick, for those who are paying attention to fainting and a lot of the other reactions, of which fainting is the least of some of the horrible reactions. But notice how they say it was anxiety and not a problem with the shots. I would say some would make an argument that, people fainting, getting rashes, blood clots, whatever, all these things are not necessarily a problem with the shots. It's maybe a feature, not a bug. But let's move on. Experts say the clusters detailed Friday by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are an example of a phenomenon that's been chronicled for decades from a variety of different vaccines. Basically, some people get so freaked out by injections that their anxiety spurs a physical reaction. Right off the bat, Gons, the nurse who fainted on live television after getting the shot. You think a nurse who gives people shots all day long and works stabbing people with needles and is a huge fan of vaccines and shots herself, you think she was fainting of anxiety about getting the shot? I don't know. Doesn't add up to me. Yeah. Quote, we knew we were going to see this as mass COVID-19 vaccine clinics were set up around the world, and said Dr. Noni MacDonald, a Canadian researcher who has studied similar incidences. Again, if you knew you were going to see this, why not tell us about it beforehand? Why not say, like, hey, you might be anxious? Why not pass out Xanax in line to the vaccines? Yeah. The CDC authors said the report came in over 3 days, April 7th to 9th, from clinics in California, Colorado, Georgia, Iowa, and North Carolina. The investigation was based on interviews with and reports by clinic staff. Interesting. So they're not even interviewing the people who fainted. They're interviewing the staff. So it's kind of like the CDC interviewing itself about what might be going wrong here. Many of the 64 people affected either fainted or reported dizziness. Some got nauseous or vomited, and a few had racing hearts, chest pain, or other symptoms. None got seriously ill of this reported group. All received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. That's what's going on here. And 4 of the 5 clinics temporarily shut down as officials tried to sort out what was happening. Health officials at the time said they had no reason to suspect a problem with the vaccine itself. Of the 3 COVID-19 vaccines authorized in the U.S., only J&J's requires 1 dose. That probably makes it more appealing to people who are nervous about shots and might leave them more highly predisposed to anxiety-related events, the CDC report said. Some of the sites advertised they were this is so silly. They're so nervous about getting a shot, so they chose to take J&J, and then their anxiety gave them faintiness or dizziness, which I'm not saying that it couldn't. Faintiness and dizziness are definitely connected with anxiety and probably connected with getting this vaccine as well. What they are not saying is like, oh, maybe these people were anxious because they saw how many people were getting blood clots and people were, suddenly passing away and having their deaths twisted by the media, and also, watching people's skin boil off their bodies. Right. That may also be a source of anxiety to these people. Some of the sites advertised they were giving J&J shots, noted Dr. Tom Shimabukuro, who leads the CDC's COVID-19 vaccine safety monitoring work and is one of the study's authors. The CDC found that about a quarter of the people reporting side effects had similar things happen following past vaccinations. The post-shot reactions differ from a very rare kind of side effect that led to a pause in administration of the J&J vaccine. At least 17 vaccine recipients have developed an uncommon kind of blood clot that develops in unusual places, such as veins that draw blood from the brain, along with abnormally low levels of platelets that form clots. Other types of side effects from the coronavirus vaccine are not usual. Another CDC report released Friday looked at side effects reported by more than 300,000 J&J vaccine recipients. More than half said they experienced a sore arm, fatigue, or headache. A third reported fever or chills, and about a fifth said they were nauseous. But the clusters that's interesting. Those are big numbers. Half of all got sore arm, fatigue, or headache. A third reported fever and chills, and a fifth said they were nauseous. I mean, those are big numbers. That's not like 8% of people reports 1%. This is 20% or more. But the clusters at the 5 clinics are believed to be stress-related. McDonald, a professor of pediatrics at Dalhousie University in Nova Scotia, said studies have indicated that 10 to 15% of adults are afraid of injections. Many people who experience stress-related symptoms are younger, and past clusters from other shots have involved school students. Some hyperventilate, some experienced nausea, some reported headaches, and some had what at first appeared to be more severe neurological symptoms, she said. One cluster that McDonald reviewed involved 14 U.S. military reservists who developed symptoms after getting flu shots in 2009. The first was a 23-year-old man who one day later reported progressive weakness in his arms and legs, but fully recovered. Quote, everybody thinks this is only young teenage girls who experience this, McDonald said. Everybody thinks this? I think you are the only one who thought this. Nobody was thinking this. Well, McDonald said, quote, well, it isn't. It can start with one person fainting that can set off a chain reaction of symptoms and anxious people who see or hear about that first person. These days, people also react to things they read or watch on Facebook posts or on other sites. Some doctors have referred to the phenomenon as a form of mass hysteria, but McDonald rejected the term. Quote, these people are not crazy, but rather experiencing a real physical response to psychological stress. It's all in your mind, McDonald says.
Yeah, but it's interesting how they, at the very bottom of this article, they kind of sneak in like, yeah, it kind of is a mass hysteria, but we're not going to call it that because then too many conspiracy.
We don't even want to put that word into the lexicon.
Well, yeah, because it's basically fuel for the conspiracy theorists to say the vaccine is causing mass hysteria, which they're basically admitting in this article, although this McDonald guy rejects the term, so.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so even if there's not a direct, chemical reason for some of the things people experienced, I mean, it's kind of semantics at this point.
Well, I mean, I think that, yeah, sure. A nervous, anxious person may faint. But notice, so the way it's presented in this whole thing is they found the group of 64 people who fainted because of anxiety. And they are reporting on the 64 people who fainted because of anxiety. Now, there's a lot more people fainting and having a lot more complicated symptoms from the vaccine. But the way that it's reported in this, referring to the 64 specific people who had stress, anxiety-related reactions. So there you go. I don't know. There's not much else to say about it, except for, this does kind of play along with some theories that people have that the media is responsible for the pandemic, that the mass hysteria created by the pounding repetition of death at your front door that you hear from every aspect of the media regarding the COVID-19 and how, yeah, exactly. You repeat something long enough, you convince people they're going to die, and, people can start having symptoms because of that. There is a mass hysteria aspect to this whole thing that people have been talking about for a year. Coincidentally, I should have put the article in here, but there was an article about the company that was the main PCR test company. I think maybe they covered it on No Agenda too, but the company that created most of the PCR tests that are used started testing a depression and anxiety drug that they own. They started testing it on COVID, and lo and behold, the depression and anxiety medication was having positive effects on COVID symptoms.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
So it's like, yeah, people are depressed and anxiety ridden into having symptoms. And when you relieve the depression and anxiety, suddenly they don't have COVID anymore.
Yeah, it really is kind of an interesting crossroads because, I think there's plenty of medical professionals that are just kind of towing the line, and then others who are questioning some of the official narratives, and those people are being called conspiracy theorists. They're being marginalized within the scientific community, and even being labeled as natural doctors, or it's just a very interesting time to purge out the people that are not compliant, the medical professionals that are not compliant to the greater agenda here. Okay, moving on here. We got a few more stories to go through from the WACCINE section. This one is from The Atlantic, which The Atlantic is run by who again?
That is Steve Jobs' widow.
Okay.
Owned by,
yeah. I wonder if Melinda Gates, if she's going to start, running her own media.
Ooh,
outlet.
Yeah. What is she going to do? She's free as a bird. And she'll be at least one of the richest women in human history. So that'll be interesting. Probably you're right, though. She'll probably buy a newspaper.
Yeah. All right. The Atlantic, the hot person vaccine. And then it has this. The header is a GIF. I don't know. What do you call it? A GIF or a GIF?
I go with GIF.
Okay.
But that's just me.
Yeah, because it's like the word gift without a T, right? So anyway, there's the GIF here is a syringe inside of a vaccine vial here, and just sparkles all around.
Adorable.
Yeah. It says here, I hope we can all agree that, quote, vaccine culture is a bit depressing. The idea of wearing an evening gown to a COVID-19 vaccine appointment is objectively sad. And speaking from personal experience, taking an hour-long bus ride to a CVS at the dead center of Staten Island, New York for medical treatment is not fun or exciting, except by dramatic contrast to events prior. And when vaccine culture isn't dismal, it can get extremely weird. At the moment, the internet is full of jokes about all the things you still can't do after you've gotten vaccinated, like taking my hand and dragging me head first, which is part of a Taylor Swift song from 2008, So in Touch. Removing the green ribbon from around your neck, a reference to a disturbing children's story in which a woman named Jenny does that, and then her head falls off. Or emerging, quote, from the soil after 17 years to shed your outer cuticular layer and scream into the ether in unison, which is a subtweet, a subtweet of cicadas. I'm laughing, but what are we talking about? Weirder still, one vaccine in particular from Pfizer has somehow become the cool vaccine, as well as the vaccine for the rich and stylish.
Yeah.
Slate's Heather Schwedel recently discussed the, quote, Pfizer superiority complex at length. As one source told her, quote, one of my cousins got Moderna, and I was like, that's okay. We need a strong middle class.
Oh my gosh.
On Twitter, the vaccinated are changing their usernames to reflect their new personal identities. There are Pfizer princesses and Pfizer floozies and Pfizer fairies, spelled with a PF, and at least one portrait of a lady on Pfizer. Quote, Pfizer is what was available when I signed up. Jagger Black, a 33-year-old podcast host, told me, quote, but it's no coincidence every baddie I know has Pfizer and not Moderna. Baddie, is this UK? Is that where they call people baddie?
Baddie is a pretty popular term amongst the Gen Zs on social media. Yeah.
I've heard about people going baddie, but not.
Oh, is it B-A-T-T-Y?
No, it's B-A-D-D-I-E.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, like a bad person, like a bad kid?
No, but it's like, it means like a hot person.
Cool person.
Like she a baddie.
Oh, like the you're bad, like bad but good kind of bad.
Yeah, an evolution of that. Okay. That thread of language.
I'm getting so old.
I think it's like a hot person.
Yeah,
but also got attitude.
I'm at the top of the hill, and I don't want to look back. All I see
worry,
is just
Guns. I am a step ladder. Yeah. I'm your old man step ladder down into understanding the Gen Z.
Isn't it a coincidence, though? Of course, Pfizer did report a 95% efficacy rate for its vaccine in clinical trials versus 94% for Moderna. And people do have to wait only 3 weeks for Pfizer's second dose instead of 4 for Moderna's. But neither of those facts explains the pure drama and nonsense of statements like, quote, we need a strong middle class. On TikTok, hundreds of videos use a soundtrack of a woman explaining slowly, voice full of disdain, like the rudest preschool teacher on earth, quote, only hot people get the Pfizer vaccine. Yeah. Is that a real clip of somebody?
It would not surprise me. No, I have seen this, and it's it connects with what we've been following the past couple episodes, which is Pfizer's social media campaign. They've switched from, now just to give some background, Pfizer is a criminal organization. And by that, I mean an organization who has lost criminal cases for being in what is the word? Is infractions regarding the Nuremberg Code, laws that were made because of Nazis. Pfizer has been convicted of breaking those rules, as well as repeatedly being convicted for bribing doctors to subscribe and basically advertise. I'm sorry, I said subscribe, prescribe, and advertise medications to people who might not need it. And so this company has a record, a literal criminal record of doing this. So what they've done is they've just put all that money, where they're not giving it straight to doctors, they're now giving it to social media influencers. And so it's these social media influencers, of which we've seen many examples over the past few episodes, who are, they're getting paid. They're literally getting paid to convince social media that only rich, sexy, young, good dancing teens get the Pfizer Pfizer jab.
Excuse me. Yeah. And I believe we played a clip from 2009 a few episodes ago from CNN, of all places, that said Pfizer was too big to nail.
Yes.
And just like how banks were too big to fail, Pfizer was too big to nail. That's a 2009 quote from CNN. Yep. Okay, almost done with this article here. In another clip, a young pharmacy technician tells the viewer that one of the side effects of the Pfizer shot is, quote, feeling like a bad bazinich.
A baddie.
A baddie. A bad female dog is how I feel after getting a Pfizer shot.
God. You're making me cringe.
And then in parentheses, that's success.
Your old
made
is
you
showing.
Cringe. And then in parentheses it says, he's very cute. It follows that anyone who gets the other mRNA vaccine, comparable in almost every way, is, as one woman puts it, a peasant. A peasant? Really? If you get an mRNA vaccine, you're a peasant? Oh my gosh.
This is an extension of the concerns that we've had about the two-tier society, the classist society, the medical tyranny making two classes of people where, on one, and this might be the social rebuttal to, people like ourselves saying, hey, this vaccine passport is a bad idea. It creates the haves and have-nots. It creates a two-class society of the vaccinated and unvaccinated. And, the cultural superpowers are latching onto this and saying, yeah, but isn't it funny? And isn't it sexy to have the Pfizer vaccine and not the Moderna? Isn't it funny to make fun of people who got Moderna?
Yeah, there's a lot more here. We got to get through this article. There has been some pushback. What's that?
I was talking to myself. We get it. We get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there has been some pushback on this narrative from Dolly Parton fans who prefer the Moderna vaccine that she helped fund last year. John Ossoff, who is widely regarded online as the hot senator, has also made his own TikTok portraying all three of the vaccines available in the U.S. as equally cool and fun. All right, hot senator. A solid message in the interest of public health. Still the general
solid message.
Still the general consensus is that Pfizer is elite. The general consensus is that Pfizer's elitism is funny. Quote, of course it's tongue-in-cheek. Trevor Buffone, the author of an upcoming book about TikTok culture, told me, quote, no one thinks that the Pfizer vaccine makes you hot or that only hot people get it.
I don't know. I'm almost convinced.
I understand that, and I agree with that, but my college friends still changed the name of our iMessage group chat to, quote, Pfizer Gang. And when I watched a video of Joshua Holmes, an NYU drama student who posted that he was hoping to get, quote, the bougiest vaccine and nothing less, and that, quote, Pfizer just sounds expensive, it didn't seem like he was totally joking. When I messaged him on Instagram, I almost said the Instagram. It made him sound. Messaged him on the Instagram there.
Mm-hmm.
He said the silent P gave the word Pfizer a luxurious feel, reminiscent of the silent H in Hermes.
Yeah.
Okay. I asked Anthony Shore, a linguist who develops brand names.
Hermes.
Yeah, okay. It's not Hermes Trismegistus or Trismegistus, the magician.
No, it's Hermes fancy shoes.
Oh, it's a shoe company.
And bags.
See, I'm not bougie enough to know what that even is.
I could be wrong. That's just what I think.
I asked Anthony Shore, a linguist who develops brand names, perfect job, to help me better understand the Pfizer shot's appeal. At first, he said, quote, I have no idea. Then 2 days later, when I called him and asked again, he had some thoughts, which generally aligned with Holmes's impression. First of all, he said Pfizer is the name of a person, Charles Pfizer, born in 1824, in a kingdom that is now part of Germany, which would contribute to its sounding expensive and Nazi. I just added that last one. Many high-end fashion brands are named after people like Pfizer, Fendi, Prada, Kenzo, and many are 2 syllables like Pfizer, Fendi, Prada, Kenzo. Second, he said, Pfizer is a cool word because of the F and Z sounds, which are what linguists call, I don't know how to pronounce this, fricatives? Fricatives?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it. I do want to bring attention to Van Halen in the Twitch chat. The more you read, the more I'm not opposed to this actually being a big sterilization program for young people.
I know. There's a part of all of us that are like, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe we do deserve half the population.
This is what you're buying into. The next generation could probably do without your genes.
Yeah, just take it and walk right into the ocean.
Excuse me. It's Van Alien.
Oh,
in the
yeah,
Twitch
get it
chat.
right.
Thank you for the correction.
Fricatives, I don't know how to say this, are really fast sounding,
keep going.
Which is why you might want to include them in the names of cars or drugs that are marked as fast acting or vaccines that don't require you to wait a full month between doses. Moderna, meanwhile, has a lot of sounds called stops. The M, the D, the N, which make the words seem slow and plodding, Shore told me. It's also very literal, like a budget brand would be. Quote, do you really have to call yourself modern if you're selling pharmaceuticals that are in fact based on cutting-edge technologies, he asked. No, you'd be more cool about it. I was a little embarrassed to ask, but I had to. What about my personal theory of the hot people vaccine, which is that young people prefer Pfizer because of their familiarity with the 2010 movie Love and Other Drugs, in which Jake Gyllenhaal plays a Pfizer sales rep at the height of the 1990s Viagra craze and does a lot of kissing. Quote, Pfizer is a better-known brand, to be sure, Shore acknowledged. And, quote, Viagra is one of the best-known drugs of all time. But as far as the movie goes, and Jake Gyllenhaal's role specifically, quote, that's giving the movie and Jake Gyllenhaal a lot of credit. I laughed a bit to prove I wasn't upset, and he kept going. Quote, that seems like a stretch to me. Okay, fine.
Okay, I think we
tired.
Get it. Yeah.
This keeps going.
I don't know if there's anything else to that, but yeah, we get the point.
Caitlyn, Tiffany just keeps going and going and going.
Okay, well, I think that all tracks. I mean, it really tracks, and it is so disturbing to know that this is going on. Now, I believe that this at least starts tongue-in-cheek for people, but as we see over and over and over, what starts as kind of a joke online inevitably turns into mainstream thought within the culture.
Yeah. Doge. Hello, Doge.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, exactly.
People are coin that's nearly $100 million or $100 billion. Memes are
not just internet funny things now. They turn very quickly into real life. Containing real life consequences. Yeah. Okay, there's some emails in there for you. I was considering skipping this India story.
Okay. Can we just read the headline then?
Yeah.
Okay, this is from offguardian.org. India's COVID outbreak and the need for scientific integrity, not sensationalism. Which kind of goes along with the same lines of what is happening to India. A lot of people are looking at India and going, hey, weren't they pretty much the praised as a country doing the proper lockdowns and all that?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, bodies everywhere, allegedly. Yeah. So anyway.
Well, I actually didn't read through that one. If you think there's something...
It's a good article because it does sort of bring to light the... well, let me just read a couple quotes here.
Yeah, go to town. I didn't mean to skip it if you don't want to. I was just making a suggestion.
We can
for time's sake.
I know, we have so much stuff to get through here. Let me just read a little bit here. Western media outlets are currently paying a great deal of attention to India and the apparent impact of COVID-19. The narrative is that the coronavirus is ripping through the country. People are dying, cases are spiraling out of control, and hospitals are unable to cope. There does indeed seem to be a major problem in parts of the country. However, we need to differentiate between the effects of COVID-19 and the impacts of other factors. We must also be very wary of sensationalist media reporting, which misrepresents the situation. For instance, in late April, the New York Post ran a story about the COVID surge in India with the headline saying, "Footage shows people dead in the streets." Next to it was an image of a woman lying dead, but the image was actually of a woman lying on the floor from a May 2020 story about a gas leak in Andhra Pradesh. To try to shed some light on the situation and move beyond panic and media sensationalism, I recently spoke with Johan Tengra, a political analyst and healthcare specialist based in Mumbai. Tengra has carried out a great deal of research into COVID-19 and the global response to it. And I'm going to read just a couple of quotes and then we'll just move on here. But he said for India, quote, "We will never know statistically if the infections have really increased. To be certain, we would need data of symptomatic people who have tested positive with either a virus culture test or PCR that uses 24 cycles or less, ideally under 20.
Oh,
thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you. He adds that India is experiencing mainly asymptomatic cases. Quote, "For example, in Mumbai, they declared 2 days back that a total case that of total cases in the city, 85% were asymptomatic. In Bangalore, over 95% of cases were asymptomatic."
Wow.
So, yeah, I don't think this is... the way we are reacting to it over here in the West is not exactly what is happening in India. And just something to keep in mind. It's a good sort of, not a wrap-up, but a summary of those ideas and some people in the boots on the ground, so to speak, reporting on it. And we've kind of known about this.
You know what? I'm rolling through this, so I think you're right. I'm glad we didn't skip this. Let me continue. I'll let you do some stuff in the background. In his report, Tengra offers scientific evidence that strongly indicates asymptomatic transmission is not significant, which we have known for a while. He asserts that these cases comprise most of India's case numbers. We should be questioning the data as well as the PCR tests and the cycles being used to detect the virus instead of accepting the figures at face value. A little background. PCR tests, the gold standard, quote unquote, it has a piece of data called cycle thresholds, which basically determine how sensitive the test is. The higher the number of thresholds, cycle threshold, the easier it is to get a false positive. And in the U.S., I mean, they're running 3540 CT, as it's called, cycle threshold. And pretty much you can find anything you want at the sensitivity of 3540 CT. But yes, he's suggesting right here 2024 cycles is ideal to avoid false positives.
And if you go back to some of the episodes we did at the end of last summer too, but at the end of last year, there was a report that came out from I think it was a conglomerate of concerned doctors, like medical doctors, that basically called out the World Health Organization and in particular a medical journal, I think it was from the UK if I'm not mistaken, that was responsible for giving the World Health Organization the green light to distribute the PCR test all around the world for COVID and said, hey, there's no control. There's a conflict of interest with the people writing the study. There's no standard. There's no standard operating procedure. So anybody can use whatever PCR or cycle threshold. It wasn't standardized. And they were calling it out. And of course, people were saying, oh, yeah, this is nothing. But that's what's crazy about this is what we're seeing with India is kind of a microcosm after effect of everything we just experienced for the last year in the United States and the West. So it's just interesting to kind of see the same thing. It's like, especially people who are paying attention, you look at this and you go, wow, this is, and if I think I remember hearing, this was from maybe 1 or 2 No Agenda episodes ago, where they have a couple producers from India. And one of them was very much like, oh, it's a problem. They had some family members die and stuff like that. The other one claimed to be part of some of the elite families in India.
Yeah, the caste system, the higher caste families.
Yeah, and the way it works, if you want to distribute anything in India, you have to partner with some of those elite families. And it sounded like there was some financial incentives for certain vaccines to be distributed in the country, and for vaccines to be distributed, you need people that are sick. So,
and that's been one of the biggest problems for those who are looking at the narrative and looking at the scientific data. These PCR tests, and the creator of the PCR test famously called out Fauci for being a fraud, and then died a month before the pandemic started. But basically, the PCR test has a dial that you can turn, metaphorically, has a dial that, if you want higher numbers of positive tests, just turn up the cycle threshold, boom. You can have, 1 million cases in a day if you want. You just turn up that little cycle threshold. If you want to, lower the count, then you just turn down the cycle threshold. And it's just this really devious control mechanism that, especially when you're just talking about cases and not deaths. If you're just talking about cases, you can basically just manufacture as many cases as you want by turning up the cycle threshold. And last I checked, I have not checked recently since we talked about it on the show, but India was in like 80th place for deaths per capita from COVID. So that's when you see, sure, you can turn up the case numbers all you want, but if they're in 80th place for deaths, then, which is the sort of real measure for how bad the disease is there, then, you can manipulate it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, let me keep going. As in many countries across the globe, Tengra says people in India have been made to fear the virus endlessly. Moreover, they are generally under the impression that they need to intervene early in order to pass through the infection successfully. He notes, quote, the medical system itself works to boost the number of positive cases. Even with a negative PCR test, they are using CAT scans in diagnosing people with COVID. These scans are not specific to SARS-CoV-2 at all. I personally know of people who have been asked to be hospitalized by their doctors just based on a positive test. Doctors can get a cut of the total bill made when they refer a patient to the hospital. This also happened to a Bollywood celebrity who was asked to be admitted by his doctor with no symptoms and just a positive PCR. Faulty PCR testing and misdiagnosis, says Tengra, combined with people who want to intervene early with the mildest symptoms, have been filling up the beds, preventing access to those who really need them. Addressing the much publicized shortage of oxygen, Tengra implies this too is a result of inept policies, with exports of oxygen having increased in recent times, resulting in inadequate backup supplies when faced with a surge in demand. According to Tengra, the case fatality rate for COVID-19 in India was over 3% last year, but has now dropped to below 1.5%. The infection fatality rate is even lower, with sero survey results showing them to be between 0.05% and 0.1%. The directors of the All India Institute of Medical Science and the India Council of Medical Research have both come out and said that there is not much difference between the first and second wave, that there are many more asymptomatic cases this time than in so-called first wave. Tengra argues that the principle is the same for all infectious agents. They infect people, most can fight it off without even developing symptoms. Some develop mild symptoms, a smaller number develop serious symptoms, and an even smaller number die. Although lives can be saved with the right prevention plus treatment strategies, Tengra notes that most of the doctors in India are using ineffective and unsafe drugs. As a result, he claims that mortality rates could increase due to inappropriate treatments, which was a big problem in the U.S. as well. Ventilators. As has occurred in many other countries, Tengra notes the way that death certificate guidelines are structured in India makes it easy for someone to be labeled as a COVID death, just based on a positive PCR test or general symptoms. It is therefore often difficult to say who has died from the virus and who has been misdiagnosed. And the issue of misdiagnosis should not be brushed aside lightly.
It's a really long article. You don't have to. We don't have
to go through
it.
I think that does get the point across. There you go. They get into the misdiagnosis, the similar death certificate stuff we dealt with over here. There you go. There's been a lot of talk about the India thing, and the numbers just aren't really bearing out in the same, in relation to the media coverage and the funeral pyres burning and the yada, yada, yada. So there you go. Anyways, again, we still have an open call out for, I know we have at least a handful of producers over in India. And so go ahead, send us some info if you got it. Boots on the ground, baby.
Yep.
Okay, I do want to take one more WACCINE story here across the line from NewYorkPost.com, and the headline is Amish community may have reached COVID herd immunity, health officials say. The Amish guns, they've reached herd immunity, but Fauci told us that herd immunity wasn't real. Here we go. An Amish community in Pennsylvania may have become the first group in the U.S. to achieve herd immunity, a local health official claims. The administrator of a medical center in the heart of Lancaster County, New Holland Borough, which is known for its Amish and Mennonite communities, estimates that that as many as 90% of the religious families have had at least one family member infected with the virus. Quote, so you would think if COVID was as contagious as they say, it would go through like a tsunami. And it did, said Alan Hoover, an administrator of the Parochial Medical Center, which caters to the religious community and has 33,000 patients.
Wow.
Yeah.
Always, huh?
Yeah. The Amish and Mennonite groups initially complied with stay-at-home orders at the beginning of the pandemic, shuttering schoolhouses and canceling church services. But by late April, they had resumed worship services where they shared communion cups and holy kisses, a church greeting among believers. Soon after, the virus tore throughout the religious enclave. The virus tore throughout. Quote, it was bad here in the spring, one patient right after the other, said Pam Cooper, a physician's assistant at the Parochial Medical Center. In late April and early May, the county's positivity rate for COVID-19 tests exceeded 20%, according to nonprofit COVID Act Now. But Hoover said that it's impossible to know the full extent of the virus outbreak, since the estimates that fewer than 10% of patients displaying symptoms consented to being tested. The medical center saw, on average, nearly a dozen infections a day, or around 15% of the patients it serves daily, Hoover said.
Wait a minute. 12 infections a day, or around 15%.
Yeah, so let's see, 15%, that'd be
so
a sixth. So they serve, about 90 to 100 people a day, it sounds like.
This article is from March, just a heads up.
Oh.
It's an old article. So
I get my my M months mixed up. So, okay, well, it's a little old. So apparently these Amish have reached herd immunity a month ago or so, a couple months.
They're on it.
They're on it.
Yeah.
Well, let's just finish this out, see what they have to say, because this elusive herd immunity. While infections ebbed through the summer before picking up again in the fall, Hoover said new cases are now far and few in between. The center hasn't had a patient present with virus symptoms in roughly 6 weeks, Hoover said. But some experts are more skeptical that a large outbreak has led to widespread immunity in the community. Eric Lofgren
in the community.
Ooh, see, there we go. We could do our own Pfizer commercial. Eric Lofgren, an infectious disease epidemiologist at Washington State University, said herd immunity is possible but rare. Quote, it would be the first general population in the United States that's done it, Lofgren said. Though experts have suggested that as many as 90% of people would need to be infected to achieve herd immunity, others said the exact threshold is still unclear. Quote, the key is that there is not necessarily a magic number, said David Dowdy, a professor in the epidemiology department at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Previous infections also might not be enough to protect against new variants of the virus. Some experts have warned, quote, the only true herd immunity that we can bring as a community is for people to be vaccinated. Pew, 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 said Alice Yoder, executive director of community health at Penn Medicine, Lancaster General Health. Yeah, so they give you the fact, which is we haven't had a COVID case in 6 weeks. And then they say, well, experts are pretty skeptical of that. The only way to really do it is with vaccines. Well, they did it. The numbers, the science is there. It doesn't matter if you're skeptical or not, to use to turn the tables on that argument.
You know what I think? It's funny. The one thing I got out of this article is that we should make our own TikTok video, and we should call it the Pfizer Geyser.
Ooh, the Pfizer Geyser.
It's just like a gush of Pfizer coming out of the earth. And so we use Pfizer Geyser and Immunity Community, and we come up with our own jam.
Community. It's the Pfizer Geyser. Yeah, that's good. We got it.
Something like that. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to show a GIF of a geyser. All right. Well,
just wanted to show a GIF of a geyser.
Just wanted to show a geyser. All right. Let's get into some POLYTICK here.
Poly.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood.
Politics.
Your blood.
ABC7.com, Caitlyn Jenner releases first ad in bid to recall Governor Newsom, branding herself a, quote, compassionate disruptor.
Ooh, an ad.
Yeah, do you want to watch the ad, or do you want to watch the news report of the ad? Should we just go ahead and play the ad?
I kind of want to watch the ad.
Okay, we're going to do the whole ad. It should get you really pumped.
Okay.
It tugs at your emotions. And,
I guess here's my question real quick is there enough that it's valuable to just the listeners and not just the viewers?
Oh,
is it speaking through the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good.
Yes, he makes his case, her case, his case.
Go.
Going through, looking for the gold medal.
I've always been a dreamer. California was once the envy of the world. We had what everyone else wanted. The American dream grew up here. Yet career politicians and their policies have destroyed that dream. It's been locked away, closed, shuttered,
it's good.
Left in the dark, burned down.
Okay.
The government is now involved in every part of our lives. They've taken our money, our jobs, and our freedom. California needs a disruptor, a compassionate disruptor. I came here with a dream 48 years ago to be the greatest athlete in the world. Now I enter a different kind of race, arguably my most important one yet, to save California. I want to carry the torch for the parents
produced really
who had
well.
to balance work and their child's education. for business owners who were forced to shut down, for pastors who were not able to be with their congregation, for the family who lost their home in a fire, for an entire generation of students who lost a year of education. This past year has redefined our career politicians as elitists, and the people of California as the warriors, the kings, and the angels. We never take kindly to glass ceilings here. Instead, we shatter them.
Ooh, they had Newsom in the French Laundry.
They had Newsom, and they had what's her name? Pelosi in the walking through the hair salon.
Wow, calling them out, dude.
This is very well done. Okay,
keep it going.
We're the trailblazers, the innovators. California is facing big hurdles. Now we need leaders who are unafraid to leap to new heights.
He does not want to finish record in this way. He wants the world record.
Who are unafraid to challenge and to change the status quo.
I want to prove that it is absolutely possible if we only do it together.
California, it's time to reopen our schools, reopen our businesses, reopen the Golden Gates. So I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, I'm ready to be governor for all Californians. To reclaim our true identity.
It's a Biden line.
To bring back the gold to the Golden State.
What a tremendous victory!
Now is the time to achieve that summit, to be the shining city on the hill, and together we'll restore and renew the California dream.
It's about what happens from here. It's not just about one person. It's about all of us.
Woo!
Wow.
Woo!
Goosebumps, bro. That's your next governor, man.
I've got to say, from a production standpoint, that was very well put together.
From a production and analysis standpoint, it ticked all the boxes.
It wasn't corny. No.
I mean, you got to watch it, too, for those who are just listening, because, you can hear a scripted speech, but if you watch the whole production, very well produced, very non-inflammatory, very, like you said, want to be the governor of all Californians, worked well for Biden, wanting to be president of all Americans. Doesn't matter if you're Republican, yada yada yada. This was well done. It's coming from the analysis standpoint. I don't know, man.
Yeah, your prediction, I think, went up a couple notches with this one. Caitlyn for California rolls off the tongue. Very easy for people to remember. Very good marketing strategy there. Weaving in the sports. Just the tugging of the emotions of sports and victory and all that kind of stuff right in there with it.
It helps to have a lot of footage of him of Bruce winning the Olympics. Mixed in. So you've got a lot of this national pride.
And appealing to probably the older generation in California. It's done in a way, you almost forget that this is a man who says is a woman. Like the whole trans issue doesn't even get really brought up. There's a couple times where there's, a gay couple smiling or something like that. But
they have the Sports Illustrated of him winning, and then her on the cover more recently. So they do compare that. They do kind of address it visually, but standing firm on sort of conservative values also, trying to dispute any idea of like a wolf in sheep's clothing thing,
right?
Standing firm on the economy, standing firm on the reopening, calling out Pelosi and Newsom. Let me just say, just take it this way. If it wasn't Caitlyn Jenner, if there wasn't the transgender issue connected with this, it would be a full-on home run of a campaign ad. It would be in the bag. Now, the transgender thing obviously is a hurdle for a lot of people to get over. It's a big obstacle, but it's also, and I said this the first time I heard it, it is also going to give permission to a lot of Californians who don't vote conservative because they don't want to be seen as transphobe or whatever. And now they get to do both. They get to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah. And
I don't know, man. It's looking pretty good for Caitlyn.
Gosh. Oh no. They did a good job of not touching the police issue.
Yes, I noticed that.
They showed a lot of broken down parts of the city and stuff like that, but they didn't show any police. They showed all different races. California is kind of a melting pot. There's a lot of different, ethnicities here. But yeah, no, they did a very good job here. Showed the homeless camps and stuff. Yeah, I'd like to know more about the specific policies here, but
very hard to find something to criticize about that campaign ad.
Yeah, I'm still gonna maybe try to vote for Meet Kevin.
Yeah, you like your meme candidates.
Well, he's not a meme candidate.
He's the Dogecoin of candidates.
Marking that will be the opener so far. That's a good one. Dogecoin of candidates. Why? How is he the Dogecoin of candidates?
Because it's an internet thing. It's a meme thing. He's not
like a meme thing. He has good ideas.
Good ideas does not a politician make.
I know. That's really unfortunate. All right. Well, let's move on. We have
we got this Nephilim picture. You might need to hit the Nephilim update jingle for this.
Hold on, I'm trying to combine two because it's two updates. And okay, so this one and all right, here we go.
Nephilim update.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
Okay, this is coming from theguardian.com. I love how they just address the problem right in the headline. The headline is, why do the Carters look so tiny alongside Joe Biden and his wife Jill in this picture?
For those listening, you really have to see this picture to get an idea of what is going on here. This made me laugh for several minutes.
It's a picture. This has been floating around. It's easy to find.
Yeah.
And it's a picture of the Carters. That's what's his wife's name? Yeah, Jimmy Carter and his wife, Rosalind.
Rosalind, yeah.
No, wait, yeah, Rosalind. So Jimmy and Rosalind Carter are, they're quite old now. They got to be in their 90s or something. And they're sitting in their chair, and, their house looks like your grandma's house. I mean, it's pretty. It's just if you were spending $1 million on a Hollywood set of a grandma's house, this is exactly what it is.
The baby blue carpet, it's the whole thing. Baby blue carpet,
baby blue walls, gold framed family photos, mid-century
wooden nightstand
furniture,
lamp,
the high water pants on Jimmy Carter. His pants go up like 1.5 feet from his ankle. But there you go, former President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind. And they're sitting in chairs. Kneeling beside the chairs is Joe Biden and Jill Biden. And the Bidens look gargantuan. It is preposterous how large the Bidens look compared to these tiny humans, the Carters.
The Carters look like hobbits.
Yes.
That's like if you watch Lord of the Rings.
Even Jimmy's feet look humongous, like a hobbit's foot.
Yeah, they do.
It is really a must-see. And so, I think we've either got a Hobbit update where the Carters are actually hobbits and always have been, and we had a Hobbit president, or the Bidens are, biblical giants, the Nephilim, our current first family.
Yeah.
Does the article say anything fun about it, or is it just a blah
I didn't really read the whole thing. Okay, Biden's supposed to be 6 feet tall, so all right.
Which is
basically the story
huge.
No, the story basically says that there's supposed to be a fisheye lens anomaly here, but you can run through it. It's not.
I don't even care. I don't even want it to be explained. I mean, the picture just speaks for itself. It is a mind-bending photograph.
Yeah, they get into some really detailed analysis of the situation here.
Do they? May I get into my own detailed analysis?
Sure, I'd prefer it.
Yeah, I've spent some not recently, but I had a time where I was very interested in the Soviet propaganda posters. The classic Soviet propaganda posters, depicting Lenin and Soviet soldiers, and these things. It was a whole thing. These are not just fun posters that got thrown together. Soviet leadership at the very top. Both Stalin and Lenin would personally oversee these propaganda posters. And there's some very interesting aspects of propaganda that were developed by the Soviets in this period of time. And the leaders, were always humongous. Like if it was a picture that had Stalin, next to somebody, Stalin was always like 30% bigger than a normal human being. American soldiers were depicted as very tiny. The hands, there was very specific math to dictate how big Lenin's hands would have to be to show strength in Stalin's hands, So it's a very precise, I won't call it a science, but it's at least a very precise art of this Soviet propaganda. And it was so intense, this propaganda art, in fact, that propaganda artists, when they were hired to create the art, if they did a bad job or something like that, they would. Some of them were killed. They would just kill them and get a new artist. In fact, there was this one famous case where the artist drew an extra finger onto Stalin.
NEPHALIM,
so he had 6 fingers.
Yeah.
And he did it on purpose to kind of like as protest, like, oh, you're a monster type of thing.
You're a NEPHALIM.
And it made it. It made it through a few layers of the process, the approval process, and then at the last minute, Stalin saw it and was like, 6 fingers, kill him, and they just killed the guy.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's very intense. So that's exactly what came to my mind when I saw this picture, which is, it's more about the message being sent. And it looks like they built a special dollhouse and put small people in it just to make Jill and Joe look humongous. And you'll notice also, it's so planned that Jill's dress matches the hue of the carpet and the wall, and she's got golden lemons on her dress that matches the golden hue on the lamp and the thing, and Joe's shirt is the same color. And even the positioning of like the angle of Joe's feet, is how it's perpendicular to the rug, makes the foot look bigger. It's just a very specific thing. A lot of energy went into this. Now, whether this is a specific piece of propaganda or maybe the photographer was just really having fun with it, who knows? But it does give off this impression that Joe and Jill, the modern American first family, they loom large, and yet, Joe's like taking a knee, reminiscent of how he took a knee, wearing the African garb, stuff like that. I don't know. It just sends a lot of messages, and the message is Joe and Jill, while being friendly to the past of Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter and paying homage to to the past president looms over them, more powerful and stalwart. I don't know. It's just, it's very strange.
That's pretty good analysis.
Thanks.
What I want to know is, why would they even release this photo? It's just like, the photographer not realize?
That's the question. Yeah, that's the question. If not for propaganda, what would possibly be the reason?
Yeah. So interesting, fun, but also could be very disturbing.
Also, I don't buy the fisheye lens thing, because there would be other artifacts of the fisheye lens.
That's kind of what I was thinking, because the frame, nothing about the frames or any of the objects have too much of a discrepancy in size.
And Jill and Joe are pretty much at the same focal distance as Jimmy and Rosalind.
You know, you can next to each other.
Yeah, you can get that effect with different focal distances, focal lengths, and things like that with certain lenses. But you kind of have to play around with the composition a little bit more. When they're standing right next to each other, it's hard to make that case.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Joe has 6 toes on each foot.
Speaking of which, oh man, just a bunch of great multimedia in today's politics segment.
Yeah.
The CIA came out with some media recently.
Are you even woke?
Yeah, this is a lot of people are talking about this. So, of course, we'll do our own little analysis here.
It must be talked. It
yeah.
cannot be.
This is the postmillennial.com. Woke CIA recruitment video relentlessly mocked on social media, which is what I saw.
They deserve it.
Yeah. And it says here, recruitment video posted by the CIA last week on Twitter is being met with backlash over its woke messaging. Featured in the 2.5-minute video is... Should we just play the video?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
I think it must be. It is, again, so cringeworthy and so infantilizing.
Okay,
we must.
Here we go. Do it.
I used to struggle with imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refuse to internalize misguided patriarchal ideas of what a woman can or should be. I am tired of feeling like I'm supposed to apologize for the space I occupy rather than intoxicate people with my effort, my brilliance. I am proud of me, full stop. My parents left everything they knew and loved to expose me to opportunities they never had. Because of them, I stand here today a proud first-generation Latina and officer at CIA.
CIA.gov/careers.
Oh, that was a short version.
Oh, really? Was there a longer one?
I saw a much longer one that was... Oh, man. Yeah, in the article that we had...
When I was 17, I quoted Zora Neale Hurston's How It Feels to Be Colored Me in my college application essay. The line that spoke to me stated simply, I am not tragically colored. There is no sorrow dammed up in my soul nor lurking behind my eyes. I do not mind at all. At 17, I had no idea what life would bring, but Zora's sentiment articulated so beautifully how I felt as a daughter of immigrants then and now. Nothing about me was or is tragic. I am perfectly made. I can wax eloquent on complex legal issues in English while also belting Guayaquil de mis amores in Spanish.
Racist.
I can change a diaper with one hand and console a crying toddler with the other. I am a woman of color.
Whoa.
I am a mom. I am a cisgender millennial who's been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I am intersectional, but my existence is not a box-checking exercise. I am a walking declaration, a woman
like
whose inflection does not rise at the end of her sentences, suggesting that a question has been asked. I did not sneak into CIA. My employment was not and is not the result of a fluke or slip through the cracks. I earned my way in, and I earned my way up the ranks of this organization. I am educated, qualified, and competent, and sometimes I struggle. I struggle feeling like I could do more, be more to my 2 sons, and I struggle leaving the office when I feel there's so much more to do. I used to struggle with imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refuse to internalize misguided patriarchal ideas of what a woman can or should be. I am tired of feeling like I'm supposed to apologize for the space I occupy rather than intoxicate people with my effort, my brilliance. I am proud of me. Full stop. My parents left everything they knew and loved to expose me to
full stop.
No, I just keep going.
Opportunities they never had. Because of them, I stand here today a proud first-generation Latina and officer at CIA. I am unapologetically me. I want you to be unapologetically you, whoever you are. Know your worth. Command your space.
Command your space. I believe in me. I am a regular American Latina woman. Certainly not imposter. Not imposter here in CIA.
Yeah, she's got that the Mihai You Are Worth It shirt with the female symbol, but the fist. Isn't that a communist fist there?
Oh, yeah. The revolution fist.
Yeah, the revolution fist.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's funny. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise anybody. They just copy and pasted that off of their Antifa propaganda, CIA infiltration projects.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing kind of speaks for itself. It lays so heavily on hitting pretty much every social justice buzzword you possibly can to show, that the CIA is not just for Russian counteragents, but also for Latinas. One interesting thing, basically hit every single social justice talking point possible.
Yeah.
But I did see one thing, which was she said, I am a first generation Latina, which, first of all, I don't get it. If your parents were Latin, how are you the first generation Latina? But second of all,
see, okay, go ahead. Finish.
Hold on. She said Latina, not Latinx.
Ah.
It's Latina. And this is because Latinos and Latinas really hate Latinx. It's really
well, yeah, but if you're going to go full woke
by white liberals to try to to deconstruct the Latin culture, and that was the one thing that stuck out to me, and it was actually very well played by whoever wrote this at the CIA, because yes, they're having to back away from the Latinx push
because it's being called out by people from South America and Latin nations. Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory here.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
But
when I say disgusting, I mean it's disgusting that the CIA would use such blatant propaganda and pander to an infantile generation who thinks that this is what they need to work at the CIA.
Yeah, but also not surprising whatsoever. The CIA, I feel like in the last few years especially, a lot of people have learned about what the CIA has been involved with for decades. MK Ultra stuff, foreign election meddling, just all kinds of nefarious activity here in the United States and abroad. And because so much of that information has come out, it's almost like there's no shame in going full propaganda mode now.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of the result.
People are buying it. That's the thing.
I haven't seen anybody buy it, but I don't pay attention to the woke crowd per se. So
I think the woke crowd is buying it. Now,
what are they buying? Are they like, yeah, CIA?
Well, let me start.
Go Latina lady from go CIA. Make it happen. This is the new America now. What are they saying?
Yeah, exactly. This is part of a longer plan. Remember, they rebranded. They changed their logo. Not only did they change their official logo, but they made it entirely outside the milieu of government logos.
Right.
With government logos, you got the seal, you usually got an eagle in there, stars, stripes, it's circle. There's usually a Latin phrase or something, stuff like that. Every single government branch or government entity has, they use the same milieu. It's the lookbook. But they changed their that's a little pendant thing you got there.
Yeah.
But remember, we showed the CIA logo, their new one, which just looks like a bad, like, Silicon Valley tech logo.
Yeah. It was a horrible rebrand,
horrible rebrand, but it's on purpose because they're trying. Because the CIA. When you think of the CIA, what do you think of? You think of broad-shouldered white men in suits carrying out the patriarchal control mechanisms of the empire of the United States of America, and I'm sure they're having some very difficult time recruiting people who are, in their 30s or in their 30s or late 20s or whatever, depending on the position you're going for. It's just not a good look. It's so passé. Nobody wants the Men in Black look anymore. You want a diverse culture. You don't want the Men in Black homogenized robotic type of spy vibe. You want people who use words like cisgendered and Latinx, not Latinx specifically, but you know what I mean. And it basically was what I loved was, I am this, I am this, I am not this, I am this, I am this, every social justice thing I could possibly say, but I am not just a list of boxes to be ticked of my identity.
Yeah, after she just ticked off like 8 boxes.
Yeah, which is classic CIA double
super
speak.
CIA. This this little pendant that's being shown here on the screen, it's a little circular thing that says Directorate of Analysis, Central Intelligence Agency. And there's kind of like a shield-shaped thing with a Earth globe in the middle, and the CIA circle star kind of thing, the red circle star thing, is over Antarctica.
Yeah.
What do you think that is? Do you think that's either the ice wall, or do you think that's the entrance to the hollow Earth or something that they know about?
It must be. Well, it's their central command and under the ice in Antarctica.
Yeah, very interesting. The thing you mentioned about first generation. I think it depends on the culture of what is determined to be first generation. So if her parents came to America, maybe for the Latin way of dealing with it, they're like generation 0, and the people born here are the first generation.
But you would say first generation Latina American or Latin American. She said first generation Latina, as if her parents were white and she just happened to pop out Latina. I don't know. It's not the biggest deal.
Not the biggest deal. I only say that because I know in Japanese culture, and I've mentioned this before, but I'm considered second generation, even though I'm the first born here. So like my parents came to America in their mid-20s.
As the first generation.
But they're considered the first
Asian
generation.
American.
Yeah.
Anyway,
there you go. I mean, there's, again, a lot of people have talked about this, and, it almost seems like... What?
It's just insulting.
Well, I was going to say, it's almost made to trigger everybody.
Right.
I almost feel like they know what they're doing. Yeah. They made this to trigger all people like us. It was just basically, let's just, cram in as much wokeness as possible.
Maybe.
And let's get everybody talking about it.
I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I think it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm sure there is some sort of, non-gender binary person with, maybe an undercut and pink hair who is looking for a direction in their life, and they have been doing professional dog walking for long enough, and they're looking for a real career. And, the CIA is there. Hey, it's a new CIA. It's rebranded. It's inclusive and woke. And so now go work for the government. It's this beautiful switcheroony where, the counterculture is not supposed to go work for the CIA. The fact that the CIA is directly advertising to your counterculture demographic means you are not a revolutionary. You are not punk. You are not counterculture. You are culture, and they want you to work in the CIA. I mean, how lame is that?
Who was the person she quoted at the beginning there? Were you familiar with the author?
No, I was not.
I'm not either. I'm sure somebody has broken it down out there. Well, one more story before we go into probably the longest break that we will ever have. Real quickly here, this is CNN, your favorite outlet, Basil, the CIA news network, or Chinese news network, whatever you want to call it.
What does he think of me, people? He thinks CNN is my favorite. He thinks I'm in love with AOC. He thinks I do enjoy analyzing CNN just because it's easy. It's like taking a break.
CNN Politics, Biden team may partner with private firms to monitor extremist chatter online.
Oh, real quick. It just occurred to me. I believe if you're trying to join CIA, they do a spinal tap to check if you've ever taken LSD.
Oh, do they?
I believe so. I know the FBI used to. But yeah, if the CIA
doesn't sound like fun.
That's yes. If they better have sort of toned down their restrictions, because
that's kind of gnarly.
And they specifically did not want LSD participants in the FBI or CIA because, you know, of the MK Ultra experiments and the fact that LSD pretty reliably causes, you know, anti-establishment thought patterns, and you know, you can't have anybody thinking for themselves in the CIA there. So yeah, this I think it'd be kind of hard. That's going to weed out quite a bit of their candidates.
Okay, so here we go. This is Biden team may partner with private firms to monitor extremist chatter online. And here's what it says. The Biden administration is considering using outside firms to track extremist chatter by Americans online, an effort that would expand the government's ability to gather intelligence, but could draw criticism over surveillance of U.S. citizens. You know, they talk as if this surveillance of U.S. citizens hasn't been happening for decades.
Now, is this not interesting? They got caught doing it at the post office. So now they're partnering with private firms. So they have online mercenaries that they're hiring now. Great.
The Department of Homeland Security is limited in how it can monitor citizens online without justification and is banned from activities like assuming false identities to gain access to private messaging apps used by extremist groups such as the Proud Boys or Oath Keepers. Instead, federal authorities can only browse through unprotected information on social media sites like Twitter and Facebook and other open online platforms. A source familiar with the effort said it is not about decrypting data, but rather using outside entities who can legally access these private groups to gather large amounts of information that can help DHS identify key narratives as they emerge. So it's like, we can't do it directly, so we'll just have other people do it.
Yeah, what did they do? Identifying key narratives?
Key narratives as they emerge.
That sounds like what we do.
Yeah. The plan being discussed inside DHS, according to multiple sources, would, in effect, allow the department to circumvent those limits. In response to CNN's story, DHS said it, quote, is not partnering with private firms to surveil suspected domestic terrorists online, and, quote, it is blatantly false to suggest that the department is using outside firms to circumvent its legal limits. Okay. My brain is like melting reading this. Quote, all of our work to address the threat of domestic terrorism is done consistent with the Constitution and other applicable law, and in close coordination with our private and civil liberties experts, the DHS statement added. But the department has considered partnering with research firms who have more visibility in this space, though it has not done so to this point, the sources said. If that ultimately happens, DHS could produce information that will likely be beneficial to both it and the FBI, which can't monitor U.S. citizens in this way without first getting a warrant or having the pretext of an ongoing investigation. The CIA and NSA are also limited in collecting intelligence domestically. It would, however, involve empowering a unit at DHS that is already under fierce scrutiny for its bungled handling of the Portland riots last summer, an episode that included collecting intelligence reports on journalists and unmasking private citizens, according to a source familiar with a recent internal report on the matter. That leaves the Biden administration with a key question: how to address mistakes made during the Trump administration while also finding ways to respond to what critics say were blatant failures by U.S. intelligence agencies to act on warnings ahead of the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Quote, Attack. There's a tension between wanting to empower DHS Intelligence Office to do this kind of work around the domestic terrorism on one hand, and then on the other hand, the misuse of its capabilities during the summer of 2020 gives a lot of people on the Hill pause when it comes to potentially giving them new authorities, capabilities, or resources, the Senate aide told CNN. DHS officials are exploring ways to enhance the department's information gathering within the bounds of its current authorities. Multiple sources told CNN the department is coordinating with the National Security Council and FBI as part of the effort. Sources added, quote, there was only limited awareness before January 6th of what violent extremists were planning through social media. This is like making me tired. You get the point. Basically, they're using the January 6th thing.
Yeah, of course.
It's exactly like
the Patriot Act 3.
I was going to say, it's exactly like the Patriot Act. They're using an event as an excuse to monitor us even more for the protection, the quote-unquote protection of citizens, when really it's just a giant psyop to get people continue to build the surveillance apparatus.
Do they name the private contractors?
I don't think so. Let me keep through.
Private firms
through here. Legal workaround.
Because that will be curious to see if we can figure out who those private firms are. I'm sure ownership tracks back to somebody interesting. Look at this, tracking narratives. Wow.
It doesn't look like
problems in Portland.
Doesn't look like they mentioned any.
No, of course they don't. Yeah. They don't have to. Now, a good old-fashioned FOIA request will probably happen at some point. I'm trusting somebody to do that out there with all the very diligent watchdog types. But yes, that would be really fascinating to know who our tax dollars are going to, or our own tax dollars are going towards spying on people in the U.S. through private firms. I'm sure that's a pretty padded contract too.
Yeah, it's kind of the extension of the public-private partnership between foreign nations. That might be it. It might be foreign private firms.
Oh, like China?
Yeah, exactly.
Like TikTok?
Yeah. Because they were talking about...
That makes the most sense, actually.
And another reason why they wouldn't mention it. So.
Yeah.
All right. I think we need to take a break and thank a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, let's do a whole thing. Now, hold on real quick, Guns, because I did want to bring something up. Usually we'll lose about 10 to 20% of people because we go into a break. And I'm wondering if maybe it's because we're calling it a break. I kind of like the idea of calling it a producer party.
Producer party. I like that.
Yes. So that's what we're doing today. We're not taking a break. We're throwing a producer party, baby.
Yeah, do I still play the break jingle? I was going to say. Like, do I?
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Take a producer party.
Here we go. Break/producer party, because we are so thankful and our hearts are warmed by our producers. And that's right. I said producers, and we want to thank them. And I'll make this a little bit shorter, but just to explain for people out there who might be new. Oh, we call them producers because we are on the value for value model, baby. Oh, yeah. And we love it. We love it around here. And our producers love it as well, because you might notice we have no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no super special nutrient supplements that'll be able to turn you into a human gorilla that can stop child trafficking cars with your bare hands. None of that. No. In fact, we are so opposed to the advertising industry for just a couple of reasons. One of them is Silicon Valley companies, big tech.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to do this. Leo Genius in the chat. A producer party, a.k.a. a pee-pee break.
Pee-pee break.
It's a pee-pee break.
That's, I think you nailed it there.
Yeah.
All right,
sorry,
jingle
go
makers.
ahead. Back on your horse there.
So where was I? Oh, yes. Facebook, Google, all these big evil tech companies. How do they make their money? They make it by advertising. And indeed, advertising is the reason for much of the world's biggest problems today, including privacy concerns, big data gathering, international data sales, and espionage. All these horrible things are directly linked to the advertising industry. So sure, maybe, we are not the culprit of bringing down society because we do advertisements, but why would we even connect ourselves to that industry spiritually or metaphorically or literally? Why would we even do that? Because the advertising industry is, they send us emails. We still get emails. We still get offers. And you know what? When it boils down to it, they're asking us to bundle up your trust and attention that you give freely to us every week, 3 times a week. And bundle that up, put it on a big old cattle truck and send it off to advertisers for our own personal gain. And it's just wrong. It's just wrong, and it's sick, and it's wrong. So we are on the value for value model, which means you, dear listener, you're not a product. You're not a commodity that's being sold right now. No. That's us. That's our job. But if you get any value out of what we do, whether you tune in once a week or maybe a couple times a week or every show, whatever it is, you have the opportunity, some might say the responsibility, to put value back into the system, because that's the only way it works. It's a revolution. It's not just, charity. It's not just us asking for support. It really is a revolution in how media is going to be provided into the future. We've seen big news organizations passing a hat around asking for a donation. The Washington Post, the New York Times, CNBC, they're asking for donations to keep the news on. Why is that? Because people are wise to the fact that advertising is evil and nobody wants to participate in it. That's right. It's a form of mind control. It's got the Hegelian dialectic. It's just bad news. So instead, we are going to thank some producers, and these are people who listen to the show, who get value, and raise their rebel fist in the air against the spiritual oppression of advertising and the industry thereof, and taking responsibility for their own media future, making the show live on. And it's the only way that the show continues. And we thank our producers very, very much. We've got a great list today. And of course, we had the 333 Knighthood special, which I'm not going to lie, Gons, are you listening to me? I'm not going to lie to you. I would never lie to you. But after we brought this up last episode, and put it out there, I was stricken by fear that nobody cared and that we wouldn't really have anybody responding to that offer. And it scared me a little bit. But luckily, that only lasted for a little bit because people do care. They care about the show. They care about us. And they are happy to join in, keep the show going, and become knights and dames of the Canary Cry Roundtable. But it's not just new knights and dames. We also have good old-fashioned producers, and we're going to thank them right now. First, I'm going to thank producers who came in over at patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk, CCNT. And are you ready to thank them?
Yes. Ready to go here. Let's do it.
Here we go. Thank you to producer Damali M.
Oops. No, I'm not ready.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you very much, producer Damali, for your upgraded support over there on Patreon.
We're off to a riveting start. I accidentally lasered Damali.
Yeah, careful.
Sorry,
Careful with that
sorry,
laser,
producer Damali.
man.
Didn't mean to do that.
Next, we have patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio. You right now are listening to Canary Cry News Talk, but Canary Cry Radio is our other interview style show we've been doing since 2012. And some people come in and produce on that Patreon as well, and we want to thank them. What?
I feel bad. We're so far behind on publishing CCR episodes. We have a couple interviews in the can, and we got to get on that.
Yes, but now's not the time for that kind of negativity, Guns.
It's not negative. It's a positive.
We will say to everybody, Canary Cry Radio is not dead. Canary Cry News Talk has just been taking up most of our energy and our resources recently. But don't worry, Canary Cry News Radio is still alive. But I do want to thank producer Kathy G for their upgraded support over there at Patreon.
Thank you, Kathy G.
Thank you very much. Next, we have producer Scuba Chick.
All right. Thank you, Scuba Chick.
Thank you. And then we have producer Beatrice G.
Thank you, producer Beatrice. Good group
Thank you to all of our Patreon supporters. Now, I do have a very important message. Listen up, especially if you are a previous Patreon supporter. Producer Igorius, recent and generous supporter who joined the Patreon while sitting at the airport in Basil, Switzerland. You remember Igorius?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He sent a message and said that Patreon keeps subscribing him to the Patreon support. And I have a feeling that this is happening to more people who might not know about it. So
that's not good.
I know. So if you are a Patreon supporter out there, go check your producership, check your Patreon account, make sure you're still hooked up there, because this is a common thing for people like us. PayPal, this also counts for PayPal. So if you have a recurring PayPal thing, you might want to check it once in a while, make sure it's still going. But especially you Patreon producers, go check your Patreon accounts. And if you want to stop producing, that's okay. Things change. We understand. But you might want to check and see if Patreon mysteriously deleted your producership, because Igorius reported that, and he certainly did not want that to happen. So shout out to Igorius. Thank you very much for the heads up, and thanks for taking care of that, and recommend all other Patreon supporters do that. Okay, but Patreon is not the only way to go, folks. A lot of people don't like Patreon. That's okay. We support you. Go on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right. canarycryradio.com/support is the best place to become a producer of the show. If you want to become a sustaining producer, of course, we've got a monthly little option there. You can come in and support the show on a monthly basis, and we are so grateful to all of our sustaining monthly producers for helping lay down a firm foundation for the show. It's, again, very heartwarming. But if commitment is not your thing, you can go ahead and make a producership in any amount that you possibly would like. And it's easy, you just you think to yourself, what is Canary Cry News Talk worth to me? And then just put a number on it, make that number important to you. And that's a great place to do that. We also you can learn about the value for value model there. You can learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. And there's also cryptocurrency options stuff there too for you cool crypto guys. Gons, who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
Ooh, this is, I would have to say this is the biggest day of producerships that we've ever had.
Yeah, so, episode 333, the producer showed up, man.
In droves. I mean, this is unprecedented.
Yeah.
So thank you so much to everybody, all the recurring producers. We appreciate you. But we're going to thank some people that came in through the PayPal here. First up, Tristan H.
Ooh, thank you very much, Tristan H. And Tristan H came in 3 different producerships.
Yes.
At the amount of $3.33. So 3 amounts of $3.33.
Yeah. And Are you going to talk about the streak thing or not yet?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Okay.
And so another fun thing that's being introduced at this episode is, we have some producers who are very consistent, and it became kind of a thing where we just say the word consistent whenever they come in.
Consistently consistent.
Sure, yes, we are very consistent in that. But it gave me an idea. I was actually working out. I was in the garage doing my dumbbell presses, and it struck me like a bolt of lightning. We need to be calling out streaks, producer streaks. And so I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to do it the best we can. And producer Tristan is definitely on a streak. Now, I'm starting the streak for this episode as of 3 episodes ago. So there you go. I'm sure Tristan is on a much longer streak, but I started the streak count from 3 episodes ago. So Tristan is on a 3-episode producership streak, and I'm going to call that heating up, Gons.
Heating up. Oh, I like it.
Producer Tristan is heating up.
Is there something I'm supposed to play with that, or?
No, but this might need to get put on the list of jingles that need to be made.
Like a fire, or like, heating NBA.
Yes.
Like an old NBA. I can't remember the name of the game. But there's like there's a guy that says like he's heating up.
So just so people have a reference, I'm going to make this quick because we got to get through.
I know.
But so I'm choosing the number 3, not for the obvious reasons, but the fact that we have 3 episodes a week. So it'll be easier to count through weeks, So I think at 3 episodes in a row, you're heating up.
NBA Jam. Thank you, chat. Yeah.
6 episodes in a row. You're on fire. And then, I don't know. After that, we'll I don't have it all planned out, but part of the fun is just the impromptu nature of how we'll be figuring this out.
It was funny because you kind of texted me, you messaged me about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I did a sigh and I said, as long as I don't have to do any of it, I'm totally cool with it.
I think I've figured out a system. So if I missed anybody who might be on a streak this episode, just let me know. We'll fix it. But
okay.
Producer Tristan is our first heating up producer.
Okay, and he gave us some messages here. First up, and I stood upon the stoop of the entryway and saw a wreath rise up out of the door, having 1 nest and 2 birds, and upon the nest 5 eggs. And upon the eggs, the name of Shilzilla. That's first hesitation 3 verse 33.
Okay,
clearly
I get it
not
now.
a real scripture there. This is Tristan's own interpretation of.
He literally had me all the way until he said Shilzilla. I'm like,
seriously?
Wow, I really don't remember this scripture. I've never heard this before. But of course, yes, this is the scripture referring to Shilzilla's cryptic tweet about us on his Twitter account.
We got a couple more here.
Thank you very much, Tristan, for illuminating that for us.
Here's more from Tristan. The jab may not be the mark of the beast, but it's certainly shaping up to be the mark of the least. Shots fired. Real good.
That's good. That's really good.
And then one
Mark
more.
Mark of the least.
Mark of the least. I need my, here we go.
Take that, TikTok.
Yeah, and then one more here. For he does not willingly afflict or grieve the sons of men. And that's an actual scripture. Lamentations 3, verse 33.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, thank you very much, Producer Tristan.
Thank you for that.
Heating up. Maybe I'll say it like that.
Okay. Good. Next up, we have Lateefa M.
Thank you very much, producer Lateefa, coming in with the $3.33 Illuminati shill producership.
And I believe she sent in an article as well, so that helped out.
I think, I could be wrong now, and I don't want to get it wrong, but I believe
the herd immunity article was from Lateefa.
That's what it is the Amish article. Thank you very much, producer Lateefa.
Thank you. Next up, we have Malik W.
Thank you very much, producer Malik.
I'm pretty sure Malik is on a streak too, by the way.
I went back. He missed an episode.
He was on a streak.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Now we can break streaks. But I know Malik can get back there.
Yeah. Thank you, Malik. Next up, we have producer Jennifer B.
Thank you very much. Producer Jennifer B coming in with $13.18 and has a note here, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Says, hey guys, my husband wanted to donate $13.18 today as a focus on Revelation 13:18. I also donated $33.33 for today's episode. You are a real blessing to us and help us laugh through these strange times. Love, Mark and Jennifer B. P.S. My husband began listening and watching a couple months ago. My friend Christine S. turned me on to you guys last year when I was wondering what in the world was going on and couldn't add it all up. I'm letting many of my teaching colleagues and believer friends in on you guys too. Right. We love you. Well, thank you very much. We love you back, Chris. No, this was Jennifer B. and husband Mark.
Yeah, and
welcome to the family, guys.
And that's the best way. She's rattling the cages of her friends.
Yeah, sounds like she's a real cage rattler.
Yep. And Revelation 13:18. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666.
Wow.
We almost did that.
That was cool.
That was close.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have producer Eric R.
Thank you very much, Eric R. You know what? Okay. Eric R came in with $16.79, and I thought to myself, what in the world? And he sent a note, says, I gave an amount that was not round nor significant in any way. It's just what I had on hand. Keep being awesome. Thank you very much, Runky.
Yep, very good. Thank you, producer Eric. And next up, we have producer B-Dubs. B-Dubs here, coming in, this amount is significant, $19.84. I believe that is for the dystopian novel 1984, written by George Orwell, which seems to be a blueprint for 2021.
Yep.
Congratulations on 333 episodes, my dudes. May I request some gruesome science? Okay. Gruesome science. Anakin Liar, and this guy's a commie. I believe that's is that a new one? I think that's the new.
I think I think he sent it in for us.
He sent that one in today.
Okay.
I think so, yeah. All right, so hold on, I'm losing my spot in the...
I'll finish reading while you have that together. Okay. God bless you and your families, as well as all the producers. Stay vigilant to praise God for his steadfast love and faithfulness. B-Dubs. Thank you very much, producer B-Dubs.
And here are your jingles.
It's gruesome science, baby! Ha! Liar!
That's pretty good. And then, hold on, I got to play the... Well, this is a new jingle, so I wasn't quite prepared for it. Here it is.
Hey, present communist, propaganda!
That's good.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff, B-Dubs. We appreciate your producership over the years, and keep it up. We do appreciate the jingles here. So, all right. Next up, we have producer Ivan L. the Fourth. Did I say that right?
I think so.
Ivan L. the Fourth.
Yeah.
And he wrote, keep up the good work, y'all. The ministry is kind of an important audio-visual habit for some of us. Oh.
Good to know.
Good to know. Thank you for that, producer Ivan L. the Fourth. Next up, we have producer James H.
Thank you very much. You know, I think we read Ivan's here.
Oh. Yeah. Is there more to Ivan's?
No, just the amount. $33.
Oh, yeah, okay.
$33.21.
Yep. Yeah, maybe the 2021 Illuminati shill. Yeah, something like that. Okay, yeah, and then James H coming in at $33.30 for the 333 episode here. Appreciate that. Next up, we have producer The Plastic Cracker.
Ooh. Also coming in at $33.30. The Plastic Cracker here, first-time donor. Here's a nice signaling donation in honor of episode 333. Keep up the good work, brothers. Thank you very much, producer. The Plastic Cracker.
They're like a white hog that's gotten plastic surgery or something.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, it's a plastic white hog.
So many layers to that one. All right, next up we have 21 Ghost Gun Salute.
Thank you very much. 21 Ghost Gun Salute for the $33.30 Illuminati Handler donation.
Very good. Thank you so much. I like all the names here, people's names that are
everybody
creative.
Did a great job of sending in the names they want to be known by.
Yeah.
Which is very important if you don't just want your first name and last initial.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Next up, we have producer Ciara F.
Thank you very much. Producer Ciara coming in with $33.33. She has a note here. Says, I wish I could do $333, but this is all I can do at the moment. Totally understandable. Thank you for your generosity, producer Ciara. I have no social media and don't own a TV. You guys are the only news I get, and the lightheartedness, humor, and banter is such a blessing. You are both amazing and hope to see one or both of you at a meetup. Hearty face and joy face. Joy
Is
emoji.
That joy face emoji?
Something like that. Thank you very much, producer Ciara. And yes, we also hope to meet one of you or both of you and everybody at a meetup someday, one of these days.
Yeah. The June one, I'm trying to make it happen.
Is that the SoCal one?
Yeah, it's a SoCal.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have, and we'll get back to Ciara with the meetup stuff in a moment here.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have producer Grace H.
Thank you very much, producer Grace H.
And she comes in at $33.33. Happy 333 episode. Bless you both abundantly. I have been thoroughly enjoying listening to your episodes on the farm and tending to my plant babies.
Did we know producer Grace was on a farm somewhere?
I'm very jealous.
That was new news to me when I read that, but maybe she mentioned it before.
Yeah, she did mention. She might have done an art
chickens.
piece.
She's told us about chickens before.
Yeah, I think there was an art piece that had some reference to her farm there. So,
got it.
The plant emoji is kind of cool.
Okay.
I like the plant emoji. Okay.
The plant emoji is kind of cool.
Yes, thank you, producer Grace. I think we'll be seeing Grace a little bit later as well, if I'm not mistaken. All right, I'm not going to get off track at the moment.
Yeah,
we got a lot to get through. Next up, we have producer Jason E.
Thank you very much, producer Jason E.
$33.33 for episode 333. I'm fairly new to your show and have now become hooked. My life has definitely been enriched from all that you share. I pray for God's continued love, favor, and strength. Jason E. And then quoting Ezekiel 33:33, when all this comes true, and it surely will, then they will know that a prophet has been among them.
Ooh.
Yeah. Very good. Good stuff. Thank you, producer Jason E. And appreciate that it's sometimes I get, you were talking about being a little bit scared that people wouldn't care. Mm-hmm. And I have similar anxieties with people. I try to keep in mind people that are hearing the show for the first time, and because I know the experience of like listening to a show for the first time, and if it doesn't hook you,
if it doesn't match your expectations,
it could be
created
very
from other shows. It can be difficult to get into it.
Right. But it looks like Jason E. found his stride with Canary Cry News Talk. So thank you. We welcome you as part of the Canarium. Next up, we have producer William S.
Thank you very much, producer William S.
And he says, congrats on 333rd show. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We worked really hard to get here.
Yes. And then next up, we have producer Jason B.
Woo! Now, is this Jason B? Isn't Jason B a knight?
Is he a knight? Hold on, let me check
Yeah, is this not right. Sir Jason, Knight of the Anti-Foo Bar? Or is this a different Jason?
I don't. It might be a different Jason here.
We need to put the names of these people so we can remember which Jason is the knight.
I know. Yeah, this is, as the list grows, we're gonna become harder.
Yes, no longer do we have a handful of knights that we can remember the names and birthdays and social security numbers of.
I don't know. This is a different Jason, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Although this Jason might be close to being a knight. And if he does some math, he might be in Knighthood territory.
Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, Jason B, if it is the night Jason B, let us know, and we will never make this mistake again.
Yeah.
But thank you very much.
I'm pretty sure it's not the night Jason. But anyway, thank you, producer Jason B. As opposed to we just had a Jason E here too, so it's
Jason A is the night, isn't he?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then one more here. This is No Name.
Yeah, this one was strange. It just came in during the show, and I opened the email, and it's that little PayPal form, and there's no name, no information, no nothing, just the producership.
All right, mysterious individual.
Thank you, mysterious individual, and because it's already anonymous, it was $100. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. All right, that's all the producers. Well, no, that's not all the producers.
No,
that's
not.
That's the PayPal producers that
the non-knighted producers.
The non-knighted producers, and we made the call out for one episode only to lower the threshold for knighthood and damehood to $333. Normally it's $1,000, and we have a lot of knights and dames to thank here.
I would say it's a healthy amount. Yeah.
10? 10 is a lot.
Oh, did we hit 10?
We hit 10.
Oh my gosh.
We got the model for the value for value from No Agenda. No Agenda doesn't get 10 nights on any given episode. So this is amazing.
See, that's the thing. There's a hunger for it. People want to become knights, and making it more achievable for a very special episode was the way to go. So this is perfect. This is great. And I'm going to start off by thanking producer Jeremy F. Came in with 333.33 B&G. I want to thank you for filling a gap in my news consumption. I had given up, and then I remembered you two knuckleheads. Since Rush Limbaugh passed, I have felt a void in the alternative voice corner of my brain. And then I discovered that you two were doing a news show 3 times a week. You filled that gap and remind me to keep my eyes and mind on Jesus. Thank you. The donation amount is to celebrate show number 333. What an accomplishment. Congratulations, and keep up the Lord's work. Thank you very much, producer Jeremy F. And after the knighting here, Jeremy will be known as Sir Jeremy the Tiger Tamer, Knight of the Land of Three Daughters.
Yeah, he also we had a lot of situations where we got the note and then an email, and I was going to at least read a little bits of the email. Hold on, trying to keep track of everything that happened here. It's kind of difficult.
Okay.
Let me get to Jeremy's email here. I thought I put a star on it or something. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Oh, so the reason for the knighting here, the name of the knighthood: Sir Jeremy the Tiger Tamer, Knight of the Land of the Three Daughters. My wife's Chinese animal sign is a tiger, and the school mascot for all 3 of my daughters is a tiger. So Tiger Tamer works across the board.
Cool.
And yes, my wife approved the name and said I could pretend that I tamed her, even though my wife is anything but tame. And he continues here: I'm a bivocational pastor of a small church in rural southern Idaho, and my wife and I work with Fern and Audrey at discoveringmercy.org. And I remember Fern and Audrey. You may have heard of them through Dr. Heiser's Naked Bible podcast. It was through Mike, a.k.a. Gandalf, that I learned about Basil the Boundless and Gons the Great.
Oh,
funny how Mike's ministry connects people with similar interests, views, and faith. Here's the funny thing: I did not know you were doing the knighthood producership when I sent the funds.
Really?
I had not listened.
There was a couple of things like this that happened that are very interesting.
Yeah, I had not listened to that show until about an hour after I sent it. I love how God moves his hand of providence. I think there are many listeners of the show that want to give but are not sure if they should. I would encourage them to recognize the value in the show and sign up to be a producer. I understand that not everyone can financially support the show, but there are those who can, and I challenge them to step up and help produce the show. Your show has a cost, and I can say that it has been valuable to me these last few months. Your analysis has helped me. Your analysis has helped keep me informed of the news without losing my mind. That has value, and you, Basil and Gons, are worth our support. Keep up the good work. The mission of Jesus is worth it. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, that's very special. Thank you very much, Sir Jeremy. Yeah, that's incredible. What a wonderful note. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I mean, there's people coming in and producing the show and shooting big for the knighthood is really cool, and especially helps us out a lot in a time where we definitely need it. But also it's just really incredibly heartwarming. So thank you very much for for that note, Jeremy.
Thank you, Producer Jeremy. We'll see you at the knighting.
Okay.
Next up.
Oh,
you got it. You got it. Go.
I got it.
Yep.
Next up, we have producer Paul G coming in with 333.33 and sends a note here. I am a monthly subscription producer. Wow. However, I couldn't resist the opportunity to make my mother an Insta-dame. This producership is in honor of my mother, Susan. My mother is locked in a nursing facility. The local health board Nazis will not let her out. I am only allowed to visit her through a closed window, speaking to her over the phone, much like they do in prison. My mother's Alzheimer's rapidly advanced after receiving the second shot of the COVID vaccine. Ah, jeez. Even though I feel like I lost who my mother was to the vaccine, I believe that God can undo anything man has done. So I ask for prayers from the Canarians that my mother's memory would improve and she would be released from nursing home prison. No jingles, just prayers. Please Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras. Thank you for all you do. Congratulations on 333 episodes. Monthly producer, Paul G. Thank you very much, Paul G. And
thank you, Paul.
Mike, this was a heavy note to get, Gons.
Yeah, this was. I mean, I was getting when I first read this, it hit me right in the gut. You know. The situation there.
So we definitely send our prayers to Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras, and we urge all Canarians, whether you're part of the prayer team or not, send your prayers up for Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras. And we are so elated to Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras.
Yeah.
Yeah, my goodness. Yeah, what an evil situation.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because I'm also going through a situation where a close family member, is starting to go through dementia, and it's tough. It's real tough.
Yeah, I had a family member also within the past 3 or 4 years. It's a deep, weird, dark thing to happen.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll be praying, and God can undo all things that man has done.
Amen.
So, yeah. Okay, up next. Oh, thank you very much, Paul G. And Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras. Thank you as well. Next up, we have producer Dylan T coming in with 333.33. Knighthood bought and paid for, smiley face. What an honor and a blessing. My wife and I have been listeners and Patreon supporters for a good long while now. Our twin babies can only claim 7 months as listeners. Unless womb time counts. I think womb time might count.
Some pre-programming, yeah.
Well, you add the womb time, the 9 months plus the 7 months. That means they probably started right as we started this new our new format.
Could be a little longer, but yeah.
The time works. Well, what is it? I guess we're about a year. No, we're 14. We're 14, 15 months into. Anyways, doesn't matter. Yeah. Yes. Welcome, twin babies. It is I, Basil. You've heard me for your entire life. Words cannot express.
Life.
This is Uncle Basil here. You know me. Razzle dazzle. Words cannot express the blessings that y'all are. We are only stewards of money, and I hope that this blesses y'all and enables this great work to be continued. I also hope that my wife and I may be financially capable of supporting CC for a long time to come. With that being said, I now introduce myself as Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian. Ooh. Now speaking in a nightly British voice. Oh, I didn't do it as Britishly. I don't know how to do a British night
Sir
voice.
Dylan.
Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian. There we go. If a jingle must be played, then let it be handpicked by he that is keeper of the jingles. Ooh. Be strong in Yeshua, my brothers. You want to play in the rain? Okay, there you go. Thank you, keeper of the jingles. And thank you very much, Dylan T. You know, I'm loving this. This is good content, man.
I know. People lose out on actual content that is in this quote unquote break.
This is incredible. I'm learning so much about our knights now. We got twins. We got little twin little guys or girls. And
so, did it say 7 months?
7 months.
Yeah. So my the son is I think he's on his 7th month too. So
your son.
Yes, my son.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh.
That's a whole clan there. That's a whole lot of trouble right there.
The generation. All right. Thank you very much, Sir Dylan. Next, we have producer Ethan S. coming in with $333. Huge fan of CCNT and of the googly-eyed human Canary, probably not robot Basil, and the Shimura Samurai Gons. I'm very excited for episode 333 and thusly make my donation. May it help continue the ministry of CCNT. It certainly does. Thank you both for shining the light of Christ and speaking common sense and truth in this clown world we are now living in. God bless. Smiley face, smiley face. And Sir Ethan will now be known as Sir Salmon's Knight of the Fishes. Sir Salmon's Knight of the Fishes.
All the fishes, huh? That's a lot of fishes.
Just the fishes.
The fishes.
The primordial essence of fishes.
Pretty good.
Okay,
pretty good.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Sir
you.
Salmon's.
Sir Salmon's.
Next up, we have...
Producer Emily
Yes.
L.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Producer Emily L. Do you want to read one?
Sure. She's coming in at $333.33. I've been a listener for a long time. Big grin emoji. May Yeshua give you to wisdom to help us to sense of what is happening in the last day. Blessing to all who listen with love, Emily. Shalom, Basil and Gons. I would like to be called Dame Emily, the House of Diamond and Zookeeper of Liar Bliss.
Ooh, Liar Bliss.
And she continues with a short explanation. I lived in Diamond Bar. I love gardening and praising Yeshua with my lyre. A happy mama with 2 lovely daughters Yah have given me. Love listening to your podcast. Keep up the good work. Thank you,
wow,
Dame
she actually
Emily.
plays the lyre.
I know, that's really cool.
Yeah, this is a good fit for the round table of knights and dames. We've got a lyre player.
And another thing that's really interesting. Do you know the city where I was born?
Tokyo.
Diamond Bar, California.
Ooh. Oh.
Yes. I
so
am
the same Diamond Bar?
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know how many diamond bars are out there. But
I'm sure California, though?
Yeah, it's in California.
Okay.
I'm sure my parents picked that because they're like, ooh, diamonds.
It'll be good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Dame Emily of the House of Diamond and Zookeeper of Liar Bliss. Happy to have you here.
Thank you, Producer Emily. And next up, we have Producer Ben R.D.
Okay.
$333.33. And a little note here. Thank you so much. Love the show. I had a nickname given to me by my classmates in grade school. I was called Razzle Dazzle.
Oh my gosh.
Because my last name was difficult to pronounce correctly, And so I guess to everyone, it sounded like I was saying my name was Ben Razzle Dazzle. I am also DJ Zymatic on Twitch and at Zymatic or Zymatic on Twitter. I was super excited.
DJ Zymatic on Twitch. There you go. If any Twitch viewers are looking for another place.
Yeah. And I see Liar Bliss in the chat. That's good.
Oh, good.
Good to see. And the note continues. I was super excited to hear that today would be a special day for your program and am happy to make my first donation to your program for $333.33. I could not think of a good name, so you may call me what you want.
Okay.
And so,
well, that was a pretty easy name to figure out.
Yeah. So we're gonna knight you as Sir Ben, Knight of the Razzle Dazzle.
Oh yeah, baby.
You have a wingman now, Basil.
That's right. That's right. You and me razzle dazzle all day, Sir Ben. Thank you very much for coming in. You know, this is a couple times now it's been mentioned. You know, we have some returning producers who are coming in with the knighthood, but a couple who is their first time producing the program came in with the knighthood, the Insta Knight. It's awesome.
Very cool.
Also, we haven't talked about it very much, but today is Razzle Dazzle Day.
Oh, that's right. It's on the calendar. Razzle Dazzle Basil
I don't know
Day.
if you want to talk about it now or put it somewhere else. I mean, if you got your calendar, we should pull it out.
I don't understand what it is, though. What is Razzle Dazzle
either.
Basil
I think
Day?
it's just the day that Razzle Dazzle. I don't even remember why or how Razzle Dazzle Basil even came about. We need to ask the calendar makers. But before that, I want to thank producer Shield Labs, who also came in. And Shield Labs is on a streak. He's on a much longer streak, but since we started, he is heating up. Producer Shield Labs, heating up, baby. But producer Shield Labs came in with $333.34. And listen to this note, Guns. Okay, I've added up all my producership values this far. It is exactly $666.60. Dun dun dun.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was him. He spelled out dun dun dun, by the way.
Aliens.
Yeah. Truly, this must be a sign that I must break. Draw sword in an epic motion, this cursed value number, and will be producing today at $333.34. That extra penny will put me at $1,000 exactly to the date. So I will not only be a Razzle Dazzle Basil Day honorary knight, but I will be a legitimate official knight and shall henceforth be known as Sir Casey, the Shield Knight. And he sends a scripture here, Psalm 28:7. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. Another one of these really crazy God things that came around, Gons.
Yeah.
Just happens to turn out. He added up, you know, because for those who don't know, and if you made it this far, you should know, but usually the knighthood, you know, you can take as long as you want to get to the $1,000 mark to be a knight. But yeah, he was at $666.66, the exact amount of the special of today. And so, yeah, he's some sort of like crazy pseudo double knight, which the timing on that is really incredible. I mean, if there is ever evidence for God playing an active role in our lives, the chances of that math working out are incredibly slim.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and he did send in his accounting. He showed screenshots of all of his accounting, and it checks out. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's some woo-woo numerological jujitsu right there. That's
something crazy.
That doesn't happen normally.
And he's heating up, and he's double knighted, and producer Shield Labs. Wow, congratulations! I mean, you've been producing consistently for a long time, and this is just incredible how it worked out this way. So thank you, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Thank you. We got a couple more here. Next up, we have producer Madeline K.
Thank you very much, producer Madeline. coming in with the 333 and 33 cents. You know, Guns, you know me, I just get on a roll. So if you want to take one,
go for it.
Just
go.
Let me know.
Go.
I, aka Beth Weebus, in the chat would like thank you for sending the pronunciation of that, by the way. Would like to say, great work making it all the way to episode 333. It's celebration time. You've made the past year and a half fantastic with 3 episodes every week, and you deserve every cent that producers send in. CCNT is definitely a boost to my quality of life. Wow, that's great to hear. Yeah. And has majorly contributed to my ability to have informed, rational conversations on hard topics with friends and family. Amen. I'm so thankful for how you don't just track news, you track how stories are spun and the shifts in the language used to frame them. It's enormously valuable. I pray Galatians 6:9 for you both, that you would not grow weary in doing good. Keep it up. There's a harvest of blessing to be gathered in due season. Thanks for your faithfulness, even when you face setbacks. Looking at you, Susan. Yeah, Susan.
Seriously, Susan. Ugh.
And Madeline finishes out. Peace out, gentlemen. And henceforth, Madeline, you shall be known as Dame Madeline, Keeper of the Northlands. Thank you very much, Dame Madeline.
Yeah, the Northlands will be safe now.
Amen. Next up, we have a nameless producer.
Yes,
a nameless producer coming in. $333.33. And the note says, love what you do and how you can lighten the mood on the clown world that is our reality. Just wanted to show support for all your hard work. Thanks for being a light in a dark world and letting us know we are not alone. And this nameless producer, thank you very much, will be known as Dame of Rivendell. Is it Dame Nameless of Rivendell or just Dame of Rivendell?
I think we're just gonna call it Dame of Rivendell.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds good to me.
There's no hard fast rule, is there?
No. You can name your own Dame whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, so for this last one.
Oh wait, yeah, there was a last minute update on this one. Let me.
Okay, yeah.
Let me fix it here because.
Pull that up. Heating up.
I think that's how we're gonna do this, right?
Okay, no longer note or anything. Just
hold on. Let me just double check if there.
Yeah, double check. We want to make sure everybody gets their stuff.
Sent a note in another email. Oh boy.
Was it sent to the Proton mail?
Oh, maybe. Let me check.
Okay, so while you look at that, I want to take another second and thank everybody. This is really, this might be a good time to say that, it did hit me. The weight did hit me today and is especially hitting me now during this nighting segment of, just how big of a deal it is that we've pretty much kept the schedule of 3 episodes a week, every week, through the global pandemic, through the riots, through the January 6th thing. I mean, so many things have happened this year, especially things that happen on show days that we are breaking live, responding live, and that, it's not just a fun thing to do the show, but also to know that it's actually means something to some people. Is really an incredible feeling, and we'll probably gush a little bit later also, but I just wanted to gush for a second because on our side, we're just guys, just guys living lives, doing our own, doing our thing, and it's easy to forget that there's people out there who actually listen and care and come back, not just listen once, but listen multiple times. And the encouragement and the provision and the love that you guys show us really is incredibly meaningful to me, and I know incredibly meaningful to Gons and incredibly meaningful to our families. Here's a little fun little detail. My parents listen to this show, so Hi, Mom and Dad. I mean, I think they listen to many of them. I don't know if they catch every single one, but so there you go. You're making Mommy and Daddy Basil proud by showing up, not just listening to the show, watching the show, but also supporting the show. It's not an easy thing when your son decides that their career is to be a professional podcaster. That's a terrifying thing to happen, and they've handled it very well. So I'll take this moment to thank you, Mommy and Daddy Basil.
Very good. Yeah, my parents do not listen to the show, so I don't get the same kind of support from the familia.
Did I buy you enough time to find the details on this?
I couldn't find like a note, but I did find the name of the damehood that she would like to go by. So,
okay, well that's the correct one then. There.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you to producer Estella and producer Estella. If you have a longer note, just let us know. We'll make it work, Estella, if we miss something. But thank you coming in with the $333. And as producer Estella will henceforth be known as Dame White Star Child of God. Thank you very much, producer White Star Child of God.
Very good. Thank you. We appreciate it. And that does it for the nights. We will night you in a moment here.
Yes.
After everything, we thank the rest of the producers here. But wow, what a list. This is just incredible.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but I know some people sometimes feel like, hey, that we can't produce the show with your treasures. But equally as valuable are the people who,
sorry, that was just a vocal reaction. But Dame White Star Child of God said she sent another email. She's in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
here we go.
I was looking for it and I couldn't find it, so I don't know why.
Yeah, I got it here, so I'll just jump right in.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, this is coming from Dame White Star Child of God. She says, "Hi, Basil and Gons. I am a proud producer." Oh, okay. You know what?
Okay.
I did see this note, and I didn't know that it was connected to this person. I'm a proud producer, and I have been meaning to donate another 333 ever since the passing of Basil's Monty cat. Oh, that's right. Thank you so much. She came in before when Monty passed away. Then also after the birth of baby Keizo, I was going to do it yesterday, God-fearing 7, on Patreon, but I could not find the one-time gift option. That's right. Patreon does not have a one-time gift option. So confirmation from the Lord to donate today. Please, Basil, if you would sing, oh boy, if you would sing in Elvis blue suede shoes style, 1 for the kitty, 2 for the show, 3 for the baby Keizo. Thanks for all you do. Praise God Almighty and thank the Lord Jesus for my Canary Cry radio /news stock. Oh my gosh. Of course, we had to dig for this note that commands a performance from me.
Wait, is it on Proton Mail or where is it?
No, it's in the Gmail now.
How come I don't find it?
It's okay. We need to keep moving forward. I need to quickly come up with an Elvis impression. Have I ever done an Elvis impression before?
Probably. I think you have.
So. I don't think I have.
No,
but
I think you have.
Oh my gosh. Let me summon. Here we go.
Do you want me to play some Elvis to get or you're good?
No. I'm just going to take a running start at this. I make no guarantees of quality, but I'm jumping right in because I'm a professional and I'm here to please the producers. Here we go. I almost made it in, but I started laughing. Okay, hold on. One for the kid. Okay, hold on. Here we go. No. That was a joke. That was a false start. 1 for the kitty, 2 for the show, 3 for baby Keizo. There's something. There we go. Did it. Got
it. Good stuff. I had my jingles ready just to save you in case it went pretty bad.
Did I mention my parents listen to this show? Thanks, producer Estella. All right,
Mommy and Daddy are proud. They're proud that they raised such a great Elvis impersonator.
That's right, and I do. Did we thank producer Malik in this section? In the early section?
I thought so, yeah. Is he in the list?
Yeah, he came in again.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you very much, Producer Malik, for coming in real quick.
Coming in again. Cool.
Maybe we'll add that onto next week's show. We'll see.
Maybe that was a makeup because I think he was trying to keep the streak alive. Maybe that was like a makeup thing.
Yeah. I'll do your streak next week. We'll make it happen, Malik. Thank you very much for coming in. We'll add that for the list for next time. He'll get double shout outs just because this is so random.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So I think what I was saying there before we went into an Elvis breakdown was that I'm glad you interrupted me. Is that you can produce the show if you can't with your treasure, with your time and talent, because and I was explaining how it's just as valuable as the treasure. With timestamps, we have Jade Bouncerson and producer Christine. Thank you so much for the ongoing time that you put into the Canary Cry News Talk here in the timestamps. But also the jingles. We can we ask people to make jingles or ISOs, and today we have a lot came in today. Producer Lloyd came in with a jingle. 4 jingles. So I have to do this one first, and this will now forever be known as the jingle to set off the jingles.
We have a new jingle.
The jingle.
The jingle. We have one.
We asked and you answered. Thank you very much. The King's Kid in the chat, producer Lloyd there, and Canary Cry Dutchman.
Yes, very good. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
And, we have a bunch of new jingles that we can, the things we make reference to. And producer Joe O's came in with the 3 Amigos jingle.
I was very happy about this. I stepped on it a little. Do one more time.
Okay.
The 3 Amigos.
I'm just happy. Yeah.
Picture Bill
Daddy
Gates,
Fauci, Francis Collins, Bill Gates, and I can't not see them in the black and silver 3 Amigos mariachi outfits with the sombreros.
Which, by the way, is like the most horrific cultural appropriation. I don't think that movie can be made today. Like three white hogs playing Latinx characters.
I think it's on a similar level as Blazing Saddles.
Yes.
As far as like inappropriateness.
It really can't be made
It's going to be on the banned movie list.
It will.
Not too far from now.
Yeah. Okay. So, we're thank you, Joe O's, for the 3 Amigos jingle. That will come in handy. And next up, we have one from producer Over the Rainbow. And this came with a note. This is Over the Rainbow. And yes, I'm the youngest producer ever. Bite into a Marty B jingle.
Bite into a Marty B jingle.
That's good. Yes, Marty B, of course, the creator of People Zoo, the I would say highly favored end of the show song we play, and also recently created the Alley jingle, the Alley art jingle. So now this is getting very meta. We've got a jingle for the producer of the jingle of the producer of the jingle for the artist of the song People Zoo. Yeah,
we need a chart.
This is good.
We need one of those.
I'm a little confused though. Is Over the Rainbow claiming to be the youngest producer ever?
Yes, I told you this. Over the Rainbow multiple times has claimed to be the youngest producer ever, and it's I don't know what it means. What does it mean?
What does this
Over the
mean?
Rainbow? What does it mean? Are you a leprechaun?
We have a 5-year-old producer. How old are you, Over the Rainbow? I've heard your voice.
Yeah, it doesn't sound young. Hold on, let me hear this again.
Bite into a Marty B jingle.
Maybe Over the Rainbow is a robot and was manufactured in the past couple of years, or maybe an alien or a clone and had sped up aging.
Yeah. They took him out of the vat right at the ripe age of whatever.
It's one of those three options. That's guaranteed.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, producer Over the Rainbow.
Thank you. And we got one more jingle here, and that's from producer B Dubs, and it's the commie propaganda.
This guy's a communist spreading propaganda! Spreading propaganda!
I like it. We are Commie Cry News Talk.
What show is that from?
I was just going to ask. It sounds very familiar, and this child is very passionate, and I appreciate his passion.
Yeah, what show would have a kid yelling commie propaganda?
I don't know.
It's got to be some 70s, 80s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
It seems a little like the vibe seems a little bit too intense for it to be an older show.
Oh, maybe.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Somebody says Seinfeld.
Oh, really? I don't know
Two
enough
people
Seinfeld.
say Seinfeld.
Oh, maybe
now.
It is Seinfeld.
All right, send us a link. Somebody email us the link to that clip. I want to know what this is from.
Sorry. I never watched the whole lot of Seinfeld. Many people are saying
it's Seinfeld. Email us the clip, or it didn't happen.
Or it didn't happen. It's not real.
Yeah.
When Kramer was SC. What's SC stand for? Southern California? Super cool?
Know. I don't
Seriously
know.
corrupt?
Okay, let's move on. We have art
Silent
to get
Cow.
To.
All right. Okay, so that does it for the jingles. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the jingles there. That will come in handy. But we also have artwork.
One art, please.
And we again, the artwork that came in is just amazing. So we wanted to first thank producer Debbie for coming in with her piece here. She has a note for us. Dear Gons and Basil, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Debbie. Everyone calls me Debbie. And I recently began a subscription to your Patreon account. God wants us all to be cheerful givers, especially to those that are feeding you spiritually. My journey to Canary Cry News Talk began back in the Age of Deceit era. The deep dive into biblical eschatology opened my eyes to ideas I had never considered. I'm definitely looking forward to the next installment. The News Talk live stream has become a must for me. Your unique take on the current news cycle as well as the good-humored banter is refreshing, and all of this based on sound biblical worldview. Thank you. I'm attaching the picture of a piece I just finished. It is the first in a series on the woman whose lives were changed by love and faith in Jesus. It is the woman who washed his feet with her tears and dried them with her hair. Quote, and this is Luke 7, verse 44 through 48 and 50. And it says, and turning toward the woman, he said to Simon, do you see this woman? I entered your house. You gave me no water for my feet, but she has wet my feet with her tears and wiped them with her hair. You gave me no kiss, but she has not stopped kissing my feet since the time I came in. You did not anoint my head with oil, but she anointed my feet with perfume. For this reason I say to you, her sins, which are many, have been forgiven. For she loved much, but the one who is forgiven little loves little. And he said to her, your sins have been forgiven, your faith has saved you. Go in peace. I just wanted to share it with the both of you and all the Canarians. Thank you for all the time and hard work you put into each show. You're very much appreciated. May our Lord bless you and keep you always. Thank you, producer Debbie. And this is like an incredible piece here. This is
really out of this world, incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, she explained what it was, the woman washing Jesus's feet with her hair. And she sent in a follow-up note that just explained, I've completely lost control of my VR hand. So let's see if I can make this work. My apologies. I neglected to include the medium of the artwork I submitted was a combination of alcohol ink and colored pencil.
Wow.
Yeah. I've never even heard of
alcohol
ink.
I don't even know how that works. Alcohol ink.
but it's really incredible.
Yeah.
And I want to remind the podcast, just audio listeners, remember to head to canarycrynewstalk.com. All the art and show notes are available. Just click on the most recent episode. And this is an extremely detailed, very well done, highly realistic the image of exactly what was just read to you. So very well done, producer Debbie.
Yes,
Incredible
thank you,
work.
producer Debbie. And just real quick here, Dame White Star, Child of God, already doing more work here, sending in the clip.
The Seinfeld
clip.
SC Kramer was Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much. I don't think we should play that on the show, though.
Okay, then I should probably stop it.
All right.
Okay.
Who's up next with the art?
Next up, we have producer Marius M.
Thank you very much, producer Marius, and he's coming in with a meme for the show.
And
that's right.
Go ahead, explain what we're looking at.
It's a meme format, not a meme format that I recognize, but it does say what?
It looks like a pool, like a cartoon pool.
Yeah. I'm just saying I don't recognize the format as an established meme.
Okay.
But it's going to become one, and it says Canary Cry Young Bucks 2012. And on the left there's this super cool teen with googly eyes driving a car, and that's me, Basil. And on the right, Gons, I think that's pretty close to what you looked like in 2012. You've got this beautiful Asian kid with like sunglasses, like very hip sunglasses, and a very well manicured fake stick-on mustache.
Yeah, there were many years when facial hair was not a thing for me. So yeah.
Yeah, and apparently me too.
And then the Lord decided that I'll be granted facial hair.
Yeah. Fu Manchu on you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, producer Marius, and you nailed it, buddy.
Yep. Thank you, producer Marius. Next up, we have producer Jake A. And I don't like how accurate this looks, or not accurate per se, but just
good.
Comfortable.
Now, Jake sent in a note, says, I've listened to y'all forever, but just recently became a monthly producer and now a contributor of art. I remember listening to one of the interviews y'all did with Chris Putnam, R.I.P., and he was talking about how if the prophecy of the last pope were true, then the current pope, which was Benedict at the time, would have to either die or step down. At the time I was listening to that episode, Francis had been the false pope for about 6 months. Needless to say, I was impressed, and I have been a fan ever since. Anyway, I just thought I would share that and let you know that I love the show. Also, I really like its current format. Keep up the good work. Producer Jake A. P.S. Ooh, we need more Timothy Alberino and Carl Tykrib on the show. That's true. I would love to get them on the show more. And that they have made themselves accessible to us. So we'll keep that in mind. Now, the art. Well, first of all, I do want to just harken back to what he's talking about with the Pope prophecy. Remember, there's a whole time where like that was the big thing going on, was the Pope prophecy. Of course, we talked to Chris Putnam about it. And before the whole thing happened with Benedict, it was broken down. Like, he either has to die as Pope or he has to step down. It's in the prophecy, and then boom, it happened. And that's how we got Francis.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. I kind of forgot that went down that way.
Yeah.
And Jake Ace and listeners of Canary Cry Radio were on the ball at the time. But sent in the art, Commie Cry Radio, get back in your cage, comrade. And it's a beautiful sort of movie poster format. And there's you as a Mao type figure.
I don't like how comfortable I look as a Mao piece.
You look very powerful.
Like I could pull this off.
Yeah,
I really could.
Yeah. And I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I'm a pretty good looking Lenin back there with googly eyes. pretty good looking Lenin, googly-eyed Lenin. And of course, there's a big radio tower in the back and birds flying, of course.
What's the effect here? Kind of like the dotted effect? I don't know what it's called.
It's kind of like the comic book print.
The print,
but,
yeah.
Lots of things. I mean, very well done. I think this is a mix of Photoshop composition, and I think he kind of had the hand to do a couple things. Very well done. Another thing that will look great on the wall, the collection, the art collection. When we are posthumously honored in some sort of museum.
Somebody's going to look at this and say, they were commies. See, look at that. Look at this poster. They were total communists.
Wow. Very good. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Wow. Very good job, producer Jake. Thank you. And keep the art coming, man. If this is the example, if this is the first one, I can't wait to see what comes next.
Yes,
You're the best.
All right, next up we have producer Jay Vela coming in with the Jay Vela style art. With a lot going on. This one's filled with all kinds of everything.
Yeah, it's great. Jay Vela, our Denver Airport artist here. Yes, we've got another mural style thing. And let's just start in the top left. We've got the Pope with the rising phoenix symbol behind him as he looks down on the, what is that? The double-headed eagle of the German Empire, I believe. And he's got sort of a staff. His staff has a little snake crawling up it, of course. It says apostasy above him there. Down below, we've got Pan, the goat god Pan, sitting with some instruments on an island there. Down below, we've got the movement of, again, the gas mask soldiers, riot police with dogs and camera drones. We've got what is that boat? The boat with the airplanes on it. The fly boat. What are those called? Aircraft carriers. Thank you. It says War of the World. We've got the end, the book of the end there. We've got time running out in the hourglass. We've got some very sad people here being, looks like there's the angel of death, perhaps, a hooded angel, kind of spooky looking with a golden scroll. And then there's Victory Rejoice. We've got sort of a golden armored angel pointing the way towards what looks to be the throne, and says victory, rejoice, rest there. Now up at the top, we've got, let's see here, free. Oh, let's get this real close.
Biometric pass with each shot.
Oh, good. Yes. And then looks like we've got a group of bearded men sitting around a table that has the Temple Mount.
Temple, yeah.
And what is that other one? Is that maybe the Mecha Cube? Some other temple?
Yeah. It's the Temple Mount and then the cube. Yeah, like it's probably the cube. What is it called?
I forget.
For Mecca.
I forget what it's called.
For Islam, yeah.
Yeah, right. We've got some 5G towers up there with, of course, surveillance cameras, more drones. The one-eyed floating angel drone. That's an interesting one. More riot police taking control of the individuals. And right there, smack dab in the middle, we've got an angel with a flaming sword and shield. So very cool. Thank you very much, producer Jay Vela, for coming in on this very special episode 333.
Very good. Thank you so much.
I wonder if we printed out all of the Jay Vela artwork.
It'd be a huge mural. Yeah.
Be a crazy. You could fill a whole wall with these very intricate murals.
Oh, that'd be a cool art piece.
Yeah. Next up, we have producer Grace. Producer Grace sent some note. It's Grace, Miss G Beauty in the chat there, and I'm back. I have a Proton mail now. Ooh, good. This art is to celebrate your 333rd episode, which I had been counting down since like January or February. It would have fallen on May Day, but there were a couple of missed days due to technology difficulties. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah. Except for May Day was a Saturday, wasn't it?
I thought so, but maybe May Day would have been different
Friday?
if we...
Could have. Oh, yes, we would have changed the whole timeline.
The whole timeline would have been different if we stuck to our schedules here.
This day has been long awaited. I've been back on my sister.
Oh no, I'm losing Skype. Hold on. Basil, hold on. Are you still there? Uh-oh. We haven't had connection issues in so long. We lost Basil. I'm gonna... Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to mute him. He'll realize that he is not part of the show at the moment. I'm gonna keep reading the note until he figures it out. Let's see. He's Grace. Her note here. I've been back on my sister's homestead, so you haven't gotten art from me since the Monopoly board. I've been too busy digging dirt and making gardens and planting seeds to grow flowers. I hope to do more art more frequently going forward. Episode 333, Illuminati signaling, lightly behind. I have a much of headlines with 33. Oh, okay. So much of headlines with 33 in it, like the whale sculpture that saved a train from falling 33 feet. 33-year-old dismembered. Anyway, I hope you enjoy and have a fantastic illumined show. 333. God bless. Grace, thank you. And yeah, this piece is definitely so. Let's see. Let's zoom in a little bit here and take a look. So episode 333, got all the threes in the background. And yeah, Mayday, 33 new COVID cases. Yes, the sculpture saves the train from 33-foot fall. 33. There's the Basil. Hey.
Oh, that was weird. I just kept talking for so long.
I know. I just... I was waiting for you to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I gave an entire brilliant breakdown.
Okay, I was explaining what was going on with our piece here from Grace, and I was explaining the different headlines that were basically
pouring
off
down
the
from
beams.
the golden light of the 33,
yes.
333.
And I was going through some of those headlines, but yeah, very good piece.
Got it. Yes.
Very creative.
Thank you very much, Producer Grace.
It was so powerful that it kicked Basil off the stream.
Yeah, the power of that many threes just disrupted the signal.
Too much.
Too much signaling destroyed the signal.
Yeah. You wanna see if your video is working there for?
Oh yeah,
visual
sure. You guys want to see these beautiful googly eyes?
Are you sitting closer to the camera?
No, I haven't changed a thing.
Okay. You look like a Biden. I look like the Carters.
Oh, I look like the giant Nephilim. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, yep,
one last one here.
One last one. And this one, of course, has its own bumper.
One heartbeat, another one from Alley now, here it is.
And that was
right.
That was a bumper made by Marty B, who's has a bumper.
Biden's your Marty B jingle.
Ooh, and it goes even deeper. That's called Bite into a Marty B jingle. And this piece of art by Allie is called Minor Bitin. We've got Major Biden, Major biting all those Secret Service agents at the White House there. But this is in reference to the soon to come. I don't think they officially got the cat, but they keep talking about getting a cat at the White House who, instead of Major Biden, will be named Minor Biden. This made me LOL when I read it. So thank you very much. This is do they officially have the new feline, or?
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to it.
Okay. Because the note comes in with the arrival of the new feline, Minor Biden. The White House security team prepares to face the new level of threat.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a cat.
The next scheduled addition to the Biden menagerie will be the piranha pool in the Rose Garden. That'll be the many Bitens. But this is a beautiful, very detailed image of a very angry cat.
Very angry.
Yeah, that is scaring me.
the teeth is very sharp looking.
Teeth, yes, those are those deadly feline teeth. And you know what? I think a crazy rabid cat running around the White House biting people, that would just be delightful.
Yeah, I think one of the Biden dogs is a little suspicious about the whole thing, because Yahoo News did have a headline: Major Biden will have to contend with the White House cat. And there's a picture of the two dogs, and one of the dogs is kind of looking at the camera like, I can't even explain the look on his face.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, he's kind of like a fake smile,
Yeah.
Like his eyeballs are looking in two different directions. Is it the younger
one or the older one?
I don't know. It looks like the older one is the one that's got the crazy
the younger
eyes.
one is the bitey one.
Yeah, the younger one. Oh, okay. So it looks like the younger one is standing up and
ready to attack.
Ready to pounce, yeah.
Yes, the younger one should be covered in blood.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Producer Allie. That's Gatlin Bonds in the chat. And that, I believe, is all of the artwork for episode 333. Wonderful collection.
Yes. And real quick, do we have a meetup jingle? I always forget. Oh, we do. Oh, no, wait. That's oh, wait. Yes, we do.
Canary Cry Meetup.
We did get this from producer Ciara. It's the all-weekend CCC meetup, Choose Your Own Adventure. And it says May 20th at Disney Springs, 7 p.m. May 21st at Reyes Mescalera for Occult Bingo.
Mescaleria.
At 8:15 p.m. And then May 22nd for Universal Studios Hangout. Open and close.
The Reyes Mescaleria for Occult Bingo.
Yeah.
I think producer Ciaro created a game. A special Occult Bingo game.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
That's fun. Yeah, she's really putting in the work on these meetups. So yes, it sounds like they were having trouble nailing down one date for the Florida meetup. So they're having 3. It's a Choose Your Own Adventure Florida meetup. So if you're in Florida or the Florida area, you still need to email Ciara Loren 93. That's CIARALAUREN. Then the numbers 93 at gmail.com and RSVP for one of these events here. And yes, I will give my usual encouragement. Definitely, if you're able to make it to this area, or if you already live there, definitely show up to these meetups. I mean, it's a really rewarding experience meeting in person other Canarians just like you. We get the reports from these meetups. They're always fun. Everybody has a blast, and it's also very meaningful. Looking eye to eye with another human who, you may chat with them every episode. You may chat or be in the Canary Cry community or something, but face to face is much better.
Yeah, and I think this is in Florida, so you have no excuse. You got the DeSantis freedom pass.
It's free as a bird over there, baby.
Yep.
Wonder what Disney Springs is.
I don't know.
Okay, maybe there you go. Thank you very much to producer Ciara for putting on these meetups. And again, email CiaraLoren93 at gmail.com. And there are meetups happening all year long, all across this great country of ours, if we want to run those down just real quick.
Yes. I didn't have it ready, but here it is. I'm quick on my feet like a White House feline. So the Florida, that's the weekend there. We have SoCal on June 26th, Arizona July 24th, Missouri 9/11, and Ohio October 30th. So
there you go. And again, just email CiaraLoren93 at gmail.com to RSVP for some of those and meet some real human beings, people. It's important.
Very good. Yep. All right. Are you ready to knight and dame some knights and dames?
I am so ready.
Okay. We are. Okay. Hold on. I haven't done this in a while. A little rusty.
Yeah.
A little rusty. We got our little logo here. And you need to pull out your sword, Basil.
Yeah, here you go. It's a VR sword.
Okay, perfect. I'll have to go over here and get my katana over here.
Okay, now here's the thing. We want to call up Jeremy, Paul's mom Susan, Dylan, Ethan, Emily, Ben, Madeline, Shield Labs, Nameless, and Estella. Please step forward to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have a seat for you. And thanks to your generous support on this very special episode 333 of Canary Cry News Talk in the amount of $333 or more, we are proud to pronounce you Sir Jeremy, the Tiger Tamer Knight of the Land of Three Daughters, Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras, Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian, Sir Salmon's, Knight of the Fishes, Dame Emily of the House of Diamond and Zookeeper of Liar Bliss, Sir Ben, Knight of the Razzle Dazzle, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, Dame Madeline, Keeper of the Northlands, Dame of Rivendell, and
Hold on.
Dame... Yep. Wait.
There you go. Keep going.
And last but not least, Dame White Star, Child of God. Please join us at the Canary Cry Roundtable, where we have the belt of truthful truthiness, breastplate of righteous righteousness, custom fit Birkenstocks to carry forth the gospel of peace, the shield of ferocious faith, the helmet of substantiating salvation, the supernatural sword of the spirit, and of course adorable samurai babies, infinitely cute kitties for cuddling. And if you're hungry, we have fancy feasts, wet food, carved Cosmo, the crisper cow, and fried wormicorns. Oh, and we've got bacon cheeseburgers, medium rare. Welcome to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Let's hear it in the chat there. Round of applause around the world for our new Knights and Dames of the Canary Cry Roundtable. Whoa. Everybody's clanking. There's all that armor around the table. It's loud.
That was good job there. That was rough.
Yeah, thanks. Well, we didn't. We never planned with that music to be knighting 10 people on one show. So there we go.
I really messed it up. I was trying to flow right back into the middle of the track there, but it didn't really work.
That's okay. You did a great job, and we're all very proud of you.
Thanks. All my clicking over here. Clickety clackety.
Okie dokie. Well, that was quite the producer party we just had. But I think we need to get back to the show.
Okay, let's go through a couple of these here.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
And the beast system story.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
Is it me?
Take it.
Okay,
I gotta do things.
I'm going. This is coming from theblaze.com. Ooh. The headline is Colorado police arrest 7 after finding mummified corpse of cult leader who claimed to be God. Oh my gosh. Colorado police arrested 7 people after the gruesome discovery of a corpse of a cult leader who said she was God and made her supporters call her Mother God. The startling incident unfolded in Moffett, a small town in rural southern Colorado. Suguache County Sheriff's deputies were called to a residence Wednesday by a man named Miguel Lamboy, who said he found the corpse of a cult leader, Amy Carlson, in his home. He had invited her supporters into his home after they said they had nowhere else to stay. Lamboy said he allowed them into his home and went out to run some errands. When he returned, he discovered the corpse. Police said that the corpse was wrapped in what appeared to be a sleeping bag. The arrest warrant indicated that the corpse was decorated with Christmas lights in a kind of shrine, and glitter makeup had been applied to her face. They also said that the eyes appeared to be missing from the corpse. Why are we reading this?
It's the beast system.
It's unclear how Carlson died, but her followers had reported that her health was failing in recent months. She led a group called Love Has Won and discussed her beliefs with Dr. Phil on his show in September of 2020. Wow. So this ain't just any schmuck. This is a schmuck who was on Dr. Phil. Carlson said on the show that she recalled being crucified on the cross and that she extorted her followers to live by the principle of love. The group had tried to relocate to Hawaii in 2020, classic move for cults, but members of the community were offended by Carlson calling her a manifestation of a traditional Hawaiian god and protested at their rental home until they left. The beliefs of the group was documented by the Honolulu Civil Beat in September. The cult describes, this is a quote from the news station, the cult describes itself as having roots in beliefs in Lemuria, classic, a mythical lost continent whose contemporary followers believe Lemurian descendants may still reside within Mount Shasta. In a transcript of one of the YouTube videos, a woman who identified herself as Lauren Suarez says that Carlson, quote, was queen of Lemuria and Donald Trump was mom's father in Lemuria.
Oh, boy.
Wow. She was the queen and Donald Trump was her father. A supporter of the group at the time denied that they were a cult, but said they were a spiritual organization. A classic cult thing to say.
Yeah.
The 7 people were were detained at Rio Grande County Jail. They were charged with abuse of a corpse and 2 counts of child abuse.
Ugh.
Abuse of a corpse is a heretofore unknown law by Basil here.
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory, don't you think?
I guess, but like, who's the victim in this case?
The corpse.
Corpse have rights too, don't you know?
It's a sacred. The state considers a corpse a sacred and valuable piece. You know, the organs they can harvest, all kinds of stuff.
Yes, yeah, you can get some big money for the.
And because the eyeballs were stolen, you know,
that is strange.
Thievery.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at, they have a video down at the bottom of the Dr. Phil segment. This woman does look familiar.
Yeah, she kind of does.
I wonder where else I saw this woman. Okay. Well, yeah, not the most reverent way to treat the body of your cult leader in a sleeping bag wrapped in Christmas lights.
You know,
what sort of sacred sacred sacrament is a sleeping bag and Christmas lights?
This is, I believe this is evidence that we have devolved as a species, you know, because think about it. Back thousands of years ago, the revered pharaohs were buried in giant, casket thingies and mummified, and the whole ritual went into it. But in 2021, it's a sleeping bag. And, whatever else was explained there.
Yeah,
it just seems like it just seems so backwards, you know? Hey, we're in 2021, maybe a revered burial of a goddess or god or whatever should be a little more eventful, more
Yeah. Where in your life, what does life have to look like that not only do you get involved with us, quote unquote, hey, look, lots of normal, smart, curious people can find themselves in a group of people with kind of wacky beliefs, just arriving in that destination, that happens. It happens to people.
Oh, for sure. Of course.
Not the biggest deal in the world. But where do you take the leap from, following kind of a wacky lady with interesting spiritual beliefs about herself? There's some line between that and wrapping her corpse in a sleeping bag and bringing it to somebody's house that you just begged to stay at and cover it in Christmas lights and make an altar. There is a line somewhere in between those two things, and I'm just not quite sure where that line gets crossed.
You know what I think it is too? It's not always the belief itself that is the aspect that blinds people. It could be love, it could be lust, it could be all these other things that is the main driving factor. But then it just happens to be that some of the theology behind
I mean, really the spiritual beliefs are nothing that it's not even that interesting. The Lemuria thing, you see that all the time. The Mount Shasta thing, there's a lot of wacky stuff and people surrounding Mount Shasta.
Yeah.
And so, getting a little cult group together and moving to Hawaii. Those are all things that happen, I'm going to say, on the grand scale of history, pretty often. That's not a very strange series of events.
Yeah.
But there is something else in there. It gets you to the point.
That's what I'm saying. It's probably something else.
Yeah. Well,
drugs could be drugs,
They said seven people, if that's how does a cult leader define success, really? Is 7 followers who will carry your corpse around after you died, is that success enough? Or do you need to go full Osho and get a collection of Rolls Royces? I don't know, someday I might know. I don't know now.
I was gonna say, don't push the request.
If there's any cult leaders out there who are fans of the show, give me some insight, please.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, I think that story was sent in by I want to say Shield Labs, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
and
keep
also,
an eye out.
Yeah, Shield Labs also sent us artwork with some knights, like a knighting thing, round table thing.
Oh.
Yeah,
did we miss it? It must have came in late in the show.
Yeah, we missed it during the show.
Okay, we'll put it in the. Well, we want to give it its due, so we'll put it in next episode's thing. Yeah, it's always a risky maneuver trying to send us stuff during the show. A lot of stuff doesn't make it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for the art, Shield Labs. We'll pop it into the next one. Don't worry, we will. You're still knighted. We're not going to.
I'm not going to unknight you.
Not going to unknight you for the late art.
I'm excited about this. We're going to wrap up the show with some alien talk.
Aliens.
Yay.
And I'm being told here that you have an Air Force insider, an unnamed source.
Well, yeah, so I don't want to make that big of a deal about it. I got it I got it a layer or two. This is secondhand or third hand, and it's really it's one of these things that
I'm just really hoping to give a payoff to the people that have stuck around this long, but you're really just dampening
it is. No.
Okay.
This is still good. This is still good. I'm just not trying to claim that I have some deeper secret knowledge. I don't have the evidence. I don't have the documents, but this was just something floating around from some people that I know have a connection. But apparently, Gonzo, there is some memos going around the Air Force, and these memos are alluding to some big event happening in late July, in June or July, but probably late July. And the reason. There's a couple of data points here. I was told that, the usual space flights, you've got Elon Musk, you've got Bezos, who are, they're constantly sending up rockets. Now, first of all, I want to say, in regards to the congressional, what is the word? Declassification.
Yeah,
the
it's supposed to be
congressional declassification of UFOs, where the branches of military are now congressionally, legally responsible to declassify all UFO material to Congress, is happening. What's the exact date on that?
I thought it was June 1st.
Was it? I thought it was later in June or July, but. Anyways, so there's these memos going around the Air Force that something big may be happening, and they are allegedly telling much of the Air Force personnel to take some weeks off to mentally prepare for what might happen in June or July. Now,
I tried to tell you.
Now, keep in mind, this is the U.S. military. You get you get some sort of serious injury, they'll maybe give you a longer lunch break or something, but they're not in the habit of giving random weeks off for mental health.
Yeah, are there any protocols while you're at home, like, hey, watch the entire Star Trek catalog or like go watch the Space Odyssey
Make
2001.
peace with your God.
Is there anything that's intense like that, or is it just kind of a hey, go home and
It sounded pretty intense. I mean, I don't think there was any like specific instructions, but just the fact that the military is being like, hey, take a couple of weeks off, rest up, because you're gonna need it later on in a month or two. I'm
telling you, man, I've been having this weird gut feeling that something weird is going to go down, and it may not be. Obviously I've had that feeling before and it turned out to be nothing, but just all the evidence, it's like all the things seem to be lining up. And one of the stories that it made circulation, it was on a whole bunch of different outlets. I'm just using the RT one here. This was published on May 1st, May Day, and the headline is Foreign Adversaries in U.S. Skies. Ex-Pentagon UFO investigator warns odd sightings could mark, quote, intel failure on level of 9/11.
What?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. There's some weird stuff going on.
That was a pretty big intel failure, my dude. 9/11 was possibly the intel failure of our entire lifetimes. And there's a bigger one.
Luis Elizondo. Is this guy I can't remember if Luis Elizondo is he's like a Mexican UFO researcher guy. But anyway, who claims to have led the U.S. military's defunct Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, has voiced concerns over a lack of info on mysterious unidentified aerial phenomena, more commonly known as UFOs. Quote, there's something in our skies. We don't know what it is. We don't know how it works. We don't know fully what it can do. We don't know who's behind the wheel. We don't know its intentions. And there isn't a darn thing we can do about it, Elizondo told the U.S. Sun in an interview published on Friday. Quote, if it turns out we've been leapfrogged technologically by a foreign adversary, then we are dealing with an intelligence failure on the level of 9/11. Quote continues, I am not a UFO guy. I'm an investigator. My job was simple, to collect the data and speak the truth, Elizondo emphasized. The words of caution come as lawmakers await a report on UAPs from a special military task force established to track the strange sightings. Though the Pentagon has previously claimed that the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program had been disbanded, a Senate report last year acknowledged the outfit's work has carried on under a different name, deep in the recesses of the Office of Naval Intelligence. Now dubbed the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, the body is meant to, quote, standardize collection and reporting on sightings and unexplained aircraft, tasked with producing a report on its findings within 180 days after the passage of the last Intelligence Authorization Act. The military has also sought to deny Elizondo's role in the first version of the Threat Identification Program, though those denials were belied this week by ex-Senator Harry Reid, who insisted he was not only involved, but personally led the effort. It kind of goes on here. It talks more about the Elizondo drama.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know, man. It just seems like there's a lot of stuff going on in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
And I did remember that triangle footage, the night vision?
The recent one?
Yeah, from the Navy, and the intelligence agencies all confirmed it was the Navy. Well, the New York Post published an article saying that it was just airplanes out of focus.
Right.
And
which is
could be
hogwash.
You think it's hogwash?
So.
Because everything else was in focus.
They were clearly triangles.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just like a light, it wasn't three lights arranged in a triangular fashion.
Right.
There was like it was filled in.
Yeah. Well, I would want
and it wasn't moving like an airplane.
Yeah, and if you make that claim, I would like to see it recreated, going out, seeing an airplane and then recreate the thing. But just to kind of make things even more strange here. Jacques Vallée, Jacques Vallée, one of the premier authors on UFOs.
Right.
He had a book titled had a book. Yeah. The Best Kept Secret, Groundbreaking Research Reveals a New UFO History. Jacques Caller, PhD, pre-order here. Release date, May 4th, 2021. Okay? It was pulled off the shelf. It did not get released. The description of the book: following the New York Times bombshell reports on the U.S. government secret UFO program, classified Defense Department briefings regarding, quote, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth, and the Pentagon's recent formation of a new unidentified aerial phenomenon task force, Dr. Jacques Caller has collected materials from close encounter sites on 2 continents and uncovered shocking new facts about our history with UFOs. In The Best Kept Secret, Caller and his research colleagues bluntly redefined 75 years of UFO history by revealing the surprising details of recovered physical evidence with serious implications for humanity. The book also details scientific documentation of a historic pattern of UFO sightings, along with significant details never before reported to authorities. The Best Kept Secret weaves personal drama, intense secrecy, and hard data withheld from the general public, scientific community, and even from the U.S. Air Force. Caller deciphers the meaning of this data for the first time. You go to click on pre-order, and it takes you to a blank Amazon page that no longer exists. And the book was not released on May 4th. So I don't know what that means, but that's strange, isn't it? Don't you think that amidst all this stuff, he quickly puts together a book with his research, and boom, can't release it.
That is pretty strange. Yeah.
And Jacques Caller, being like one of the top UFO researchers, revered in the UFO community as one of the best researchers. He wrote Wonders in the Sky in 2010.
Well, you think you got some extra information that just wouldn't have been beneficial to have put out the book now? Maybe he was putting out the book and a man in black showed up and was just like, we're going to be doing some stuff. You're going to want to wait on that.
Or Latinx in black. Got to be woke, Basil.
Okay, that's true. It could have been a pansexual barista.
All the boxes checked.
Yeah.
So anyway, that is very, very interesting factoid there. It's not really a story. I don't think there's a news story on this, but my own little anecdotal thing there.
There you go.
And then this article from CNN. You always got to end on CNN because they're the best.
Got to do it.
CNN.com. Government watchdog set to examine Pentagon's handling of UFOs.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to read it, or do you want me to fly through this? It's pretty short.
Why don't you do it? Because I'll have to do the outro stuff.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'll let you do it.
The Department of Defense's watchdog is set to examine how the Pentagon has handled reports of UFOs, which the department refers to as unidentified aerial phenomena. The investigation from the department's Inspector General was announced in a letter Monday to Pentagon leadership and signed by Randolph R. Stone, Assistant Inspector General for Evaluations. Quote, the objective of this evaluation is to determine the extent to which the DoD has taken actions regarding unidentified aerial phenomenon, Stone wrote in the letter. The investigation comes less than a month after the Pentagon confirmed the authenticity of photos and video from Navy personnel taken in 2019 that appeared to show triangle-shaped objects blinking and moving through the clouds. Another set of photos from Navy personnel showed 3 objects apparently flying in the sky, shaped like a sphere, an acorn, and a metallic blimp. An acorn, eh? Next month, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and other agencies are scheduled to deliver unclassified reports on UAPs to Congress. A source with knowledge of the subject matter says there will be more inquiries announced in the near future on how these encounters were handled in the recent years. Last April, the Pentagon released 3 short videos of UAPs from infrared cameras that appeared to show flying objects moving quickly. 2 of the videos contained service members reacting in awe at how quickly the objects are moving. One voice speculates that it could be a drone. 4 months later, the Pentagon created a task force to better understand, quote, the nature and origin of UAPs, the Defense Department said in a statement. Quote, the Defense Department and the military departments take any incursions by unauthorized aircraft into our training ranges or designated airspace very seriously and examine each report. These include examiners of incursions that are initially reported as UAP when the observer cannot immediately identify what he or she is observing, the statement continued. Task force has included the videos whose authenticity was confirmed last month. And that's how the story ends. Not a lot there, but CNN even bringing it up is weird to me.
It's getting prepared for the normies.
It's seriously about to happen, man.
Well, I gotta say the I don't know if evidence, but the events and signs and sigils are arriving in more and more frequency. It does have a little bit of a vibe of how I thought aliens were going to land in the 2012 Olympics, but
I would say there's a lot more momentum this time around. You didn't have governments talking about it back then. You didn't have Congress, about to get a whole report from intelligence. So I would say there's a little bit more weight behind the speculations nowadays, but I can see your skepticism. I can understand why you would hesitate to jump on the train.
I've been burned so many times before. But I'm keeping my eyes open. Some fishy is definitely going on. That cannot be denied.
Yeah, very strange. And we might just end up having a whole episode where we just play this jingle.
Called it.
I feel like I do feel like that happens pretty often around here. But yeah, who knows? All right, we got a couple of months.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't been very specific either. Like I haven't said like, oh, UFO is going to come down on the Olympic Stadium and it's going to beam up all the athletes.
What did you say? There was something kind of specific, but not too bad. No. Well, you said I can't remember. I'd have to go back and listen. You had a whole thing. About how society something or other.
Right. Well, yeah. Like a ripple effect. That wouldn't be an event though. That would be more of like a social ripple effect from the information that gets disseminated. It could be from an event or an announcement or something like that, but more so in the sense of traditional academia being shaken up because of the news or information. Religious institutions like the Vatican finally making some kind of statement or whatever it is, some kind of major shift in theology regarding those situations. Something like that can create a ripple effect socially that can really rattle the cage of science, the scientific world. And it could all be in the context of the Great Reset, Agenda 2030. Like, wouldn't it be suspicious if it was like, oh, yes, yeah, okay, fine, there might be aliens. We've recovered some technology, a few decades ago, and we're going to use it to clean the climate. And all that kind of stuff, all the green stuff.
I think you're right. Well, that kind of lines up with the thing you read from the military guy saying, "Hey, if there's it's all about technology,
right?
That's another aspect of this. Like we tend to think about the alien disclosure in sort of a cosmological." Consequence thing where it keeps getting brought up in the mainstream. Whenever the mainstream does bring it up, it's more about the technology. It's saying, oh, this will be such a technological impact if the aliens are here. Will be that's the thing with the intelligence flaw. It's like, oh, if they have the technology that we didn't know about, it's just a gap in intelligence. It's crazy. When we think about it, it's more like, no, society and cosmology and the way that people place themselves in the universe will be completely turned upside down. And then these government guys are like, yeah, but lasers, man.
Well, and it doesn't have to be aliens on the White House lawn. It could be a demonstration, a la Project Bluebeam, where they do display something, or they I don't know, something to that effect, where they come out and they show some kind of phenomenon openly or something like that.
Yeah,
where
a blue beam type of situation.
Blue beam situation, a demonstration of the technology in some way, where they don't have to reveal themselves per se, but the demonstration itself could be enough of a way to rattle people up. And that could be a military operation to begin with. You know, the military has all kinds of tech we don't know about. And to slow drip release some of that, you can speed that up, have a little steroid boost there. And, if you want to get really on the fringes, maybe that's why everyone needs to get vaccinated, you know? There's some kind of activation that can take place with the technology.
Yeah, well, the messaging will be interesting. Because I want to say it'll be, oh, look, there's aliens, and they all say you should get your vaccine. Like, that's the most likely. Special. That feels like the most likely thing. Like, oh, China's actually the good guys, and you should all get vaccinated.
Yeah, they're gonna come down. They're gonna come down and be like Pfizer. We're
Pfizer is the sexy vaccine. We aliens, we reproduce asexually with our minds, but really those Pfizer fools, they're the real cosmic hotshots. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Well, sounds good. We'll be keeping an eye open. My gosh, who knows what will happen in the next 2 months? Nothing could surprise us now.
Or the messaging is going to be,
we're made by the aliens.
That's going to be the message. And again, that could be a very impactful thing. It could shake up a lot of society with that message.
Yeah,
and you wouldn't even need to release the technology. All you would need to do,
cosmology thing.
You would need to just a demonstration would do the trick.
Yes, there would need to be some sort of sign or wonder, perhaps.
Calling fire down from heaven. That's what the Bible says. Maybe that's what they'll do.
Gons, we have a couple of things to address before we end the show.
Okay.
Number one.
Yeah.
There was at least one person who came in came in with the 333 knighthood during the show.
Okay.
After the producer segment.
Okay.
So I think we can let that person through.
Okay. Yep.
We'll do it next show.
Okay.
Right. We'll knight them next show.
Oh, we'll knight them on the next show.
Now.
Yeah. That's fine.
And to be fair, if you want to take advantage of the 333 knighthood last second, do it by the end. What do you think? The end of this broadcast, or the end of the show, or the end of the day, end of the business day? I think
the end of the day, I guess.
You want the end of the day or end of the show? That means they would have to go do it right now.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay,
that's a good question.
We'll do end of the day. If it makes it by midnight, you'll just have barely made it, and we'll give you the knighthood by the next episode. Yes. Okay. We have requests for end of the day. Yes, and the person who came in during the show had a really good excuse, so I feel fine about that.
Okay.
Secondly, there is the issue of Joshua's novella. Basil and Gons Go to NASA.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, because 333 is such a special episode, one option, and I don't know how realistic this is because of the length, but I was thinking if we are looking for a convenient time to read this on the air, we could do it after the end of the show. Just keep the broadcast going. I think it'd be an extra 5 minutes. Extra 5
you could read it in 5 minutes? 2,000 words?
I read it before the show. It took not much longer than 5 minutes. But, we also could save it for another special event.
I feel like we should save it, because then I can have a little bit of sound effects lined up to make it a little bit. That was the other thing.
When I was reading it, I imagined such a beautiful soundscape that you could put together for it. So, okay. No, there we go. We did it on the show. We'll save it, and so we can do some real production on it. Okay, sounds good. Are you good? Are you
I'm
done?
good. Oh, man. Yeah. Going another 4 hours.
Long show. Wow. 4 hours. My goodness. Well, we expected that for this episode.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it, folks. Thank you so much for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Remember now, we'll be back on Friday. That will be May the 7th. Friday, May the 7th. While you're at it, take the next couple days as an opportunity to try to get the word out there that the Face Like the Sun channel is stricken for at least a week. Hopefully we get it back in a week.
I think it's 2 weeks.
Is it 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, it's 2 weeks. So take this opportunity. You know, we need a little groundswell of, a little media blitz. And it's one thing, definitely share it if you have a direct connection with Face Like the Sun viewers. But, I don't know. Can they go on to past episodes and post it in the comments?
I think so, yeah. I already have stuff pinned in some of the older episodes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do it in the new episodes too. So head over to the Face Like the Sun channel. Maybe just make a comment like, hey, they got a strike. Move over to all these other things. We have a link tree now. If you check the tweets from today about this episode, we have a link tree that will link to all of our outlets. And if you haven't done it already, you must join the mailing list. It's getting closer and closer, folks. And when June, July comes around and the aliens land on the White House lawn and our YouTube channels are out,
they're going to shut down the internet and everyone's going to be freaking out. And then they're going to,
whatever the case, you're going to want to be on the sky. You're going to want to be on the mailing list. So head to our link tree. It's just I forget how they do it, link.tree or something, at Canary Cry News Talk. And
it's linktr.ee / Canary Cry News Talk.
So
yeah, it's like the worst thing. Yeah.
You want to pop it into the chat for people who are here now?
Sure.
Hit that, save that, join the mailing list. You know the deal. Just do it. Like, if you don't do it by this point, then I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. You're just going to lose us. But there you go. And remember, thank you again, really, for warming our hearts. Do you have anything like special you want to say before I go into the whole thing?
Just a thank you. That's all I can really say.
I mean, it's really incredible.
Really touched by the whole thing. So it's, I'm looking forward to doing another 333 episodes to get to episode 666, and that'll be a whole nother thing.
That'll be a.
That might actually be when the Mark of the Beast is being issued, and then we can rebuke the false prophet.
Yeah. I mean, who knows, man? Yeah, if you would have told me on episode 148 a year and a half ago that by the time we do episode 333 that there would be everything going on that has gone on now, I wouldn't have believed you. It would have sounded crazy. So we're thankful that you guys have stuck with us over this just insane year and a half, and we couldn't do the show without you. That's, I yell about that every producer segment, but literally we couldn't do the show if it weren't for you guys keeping it going. So thank a producer today. There you go. Pray for us. Pray for the producers. Pray for Dame Sissy of Sassafras. Did I get that name right here? Yes. Okay. There we go. And remember us on Friday, which is May 7th. We will be back. We'll be back in Crack-a-Lackin'. And if you want to continue to support the show, you can go on over to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, head on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right. Don't forget about us there. Some of you got streaks you got to keep going if you're into that sort of thing. And all right, let's see. There's other ways you can help the show out, though, not just financially. You can help with your time and your talent. Thanks again to our, let's see here, our timestamp people. We got Jade Bouncer, Cindy, Christine. Thank you to all of the artists for today's show, episode 333 of Canary Cry News Talk. And also, thank you to our producers. I'm going to run down the list. Thank you to producers Damali, Kathy, Scuba Chick, Beatrice, Tristan, Lateefa, Malik, Jennifer, Eric, B-Dubs, Ivan L, James, The Plastic Cracker, 21 Ghost Gun Salute, Ciara, Grace, Jason, William, Jason. Ooh, 2 Jasons. Jerem, and of course, thanks to our new Knights and Dames of the Canary Cry Roundtable and the executive producers of this episode 333, to Sir Jeremy, the Tiger Tamer, Knight of the Land of the Three Daughters, Dame Sissy Sue of Sassafras, Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian, Sir Salmons, Knight of the Fishes, Dame Emily of the House of Diamond and Zookeeper of Liar Bliss, Sir Ben, Knight of the Razzle Dazzle, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, whoops, Dame Madeline, Keeper of the Northlands, Dame of Rivendell, and last but not least, Dame White Star, Child of God. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show. It is only because of your support that we are able to continue doing it. Let's see, but you can also help out the show by creating your art, creating the jingles, sending them in. Again, producers produce. You guys are champs. If you're a creative person, you want to create some art themed around the show, some music or jingles concerning categories that happen on the show, send all those to canarycryradio@gmail.com, canarycryradio@protonmail.com if you're a cool hacker kid. And you can also help out the show by sharing it. Share it out on your social media. Share it with friends. Share it. Just email it to all the other all your friends at the old folks' home.
You're starting to slur your words a little bit. It's kind of funny to listen to.
I'm losing it for over 4 hours. It happens. Share it with your friends in the military.
Yeah,
but you know, only the cool ones. Share it with your Latina friends. Share it with your alien buddies. Whatever it is. But you can also do so by sharing it directly. It doesn't have to be on an electronic format. You got friends and family and aliens and grandpas and grandmas who are waking up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. And you can go ahead and give them a nice, friendly intro into letting them know it's okay to question the narrative. It's okay to think differently from your barista. You can go ahead and find family here at Canary Cry News Talk. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to him, you grab him by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. All right, Gons, any last words?
Just a thank you to all the producers, Knights and Dames, and artists and musicians, and you already did all that. Go have some tacos with some sushi in it or something.
Tacos.
Taco sushi.
Taco sushi.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Sounds good. Remember, we'll be back on Friday. That is the 7th of May. Be there or be square. And thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Hello.
Come on, man.
Are you going to believe what you see or what I tell you?
Boy, it's really a productive segment, man.
Never do it, Slim Jim.
Called it.
for heaven's sakes!
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Sinful generation!
Stop this progress before it is too late!
They are scum.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact.
We will launch a new age.
Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
I tried to tell you!
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
People, I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
Are you even woke?
You, in my people's zoo.
Alien.
I'll keep the cameras on.
All dead.
I'll keep the cameras on now in my people's zoo. Nazis on the run for you. You in my people's zoo.
He's a Satanist. And melt those babies into candles. Demonic power.
We were made by the aliens.
Science is truth.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Hallelujah.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
You can't handle the truth.
In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!